unrelated, so we'll hold to call for other comment.
Okay. Is there any public comment that is not related to an agenda item? And I'm looking on Zoom as well. Any public comment not related to any agenda item? I don't see any. Do you, Stephen? Already. Okay, I'll ask again. Is there any public comment for any agenda item not? Sorry, any item not on our agenda, excuse me. Okay. Well, then the first item on our agenda is approval of the consent agenda. And I had one question about it, so sorry, and I forgot to ask about it. For the item that is actually Resolution 1236, it lists this current calendar year in the resolution. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. It covers this year, and it, we can be submitting it anytime during this year.
Thank
So
you.
yes, thank you for that clarification question.
With that, I will take a motion.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? There you go. The next item on our agenda is establishment of the regular agenda. Are there any changes?
Yes, there were two changes to the agenda since it's been posted publicly. The first is the topic that was previously listed as 2025 bond discussion was updated today to say 2025 school bond and April levy discussion. There is, options for possible action for the board on this topic, and a presentation with additional reference materials were also uploaded as links to the public agenda. And the second item that was added was about the structure of schools discussion for the board to discuss with possible action.
Okay, well, we will move on then to the first item on our agenda, which is works in progress.
Great, thank you. I'll be brief because a lot of the comments that I would have are also related to topics on the agenda itself. So last week, we had several weather issues, so I always want to make sure that we talk about that. And then there's always more in the works. And so we were navigating those issues, and just, again, a huge appreciation for our team members out there doing the hard work of assessing our school buildings and making them ready for staff and students to be on site for learning. There was an impact on our schedule, and so I want to make sure that we are talking openly about those calendar adjustments. And as of now, seniors will have 2 Saturday schools, and then we're slated to go to June 25th, and we will be submitting a waiver request. We have received questions about that. That is a process that which we go by, and OSPI reviews that, and there are some technical things that they have in their waiver request process, and we will be trying our best. And then questions have come up around flipping to online learning, as Seattle Public Schools had done. And so one of those, an important thing that does happen for flipping to online learning while a school might be closed for in-person learning, it does require sort of pre-planning well in advance, and also negotiation and conversations with our labor partners. So that is something that we don't currently have in our agreements, but we certainly will consider that for the future, because we saw that was one of the things that were recently adjusted. Although I do know that 2 days in a row of remote learning did become more reminiscent for people of the time when there was full-time remote learning, and maybe not as enjoyable at the time. So that is an update there. On the strategic plan, this week, we met with the strategy leads of the strategic plan and spent time doing a mid-year and as well as mid-3-year assessment and reflection, not only to sort of take stock of where we are, to see where there have been celebrations, to make connections across the different strategies for where the work can intersect and be reinforced and amplified, and what new opportunities might be coming forward, but also preparation for a reflection time with the board at the board retreat in March. And that was very helpful. I've talked a little bit about our tech deep dives, and so this week, Martin Turney and Marcel Hauser and I had a great meeting with Microsoft to discuss what possible opportunities exist for school districts to plug in more closely with product development to understand best and highest use of products that we currently have, not only to enhance the teaching and learning process and learning journey for our students, but to make sure that we are staying on the forefront with our backyard neighbor, so to speak, as well as think about ways we could also add organizational capacity to ensure that we're doing the best things that humans can do by leveraging tools that accelerate both effectiveness and efficiency. So that was very helpful. We met with a principal group product manager in Microsoft Education, as well as a senior director of strategic accounts who does oversee medical centers and higher ed, but has adjacent expertise in the education space for K-12. The legislative session is in full swing, and so we've had several members of our team testifying for a range of topics that are very numerous, so I'm not going to list them out, but I appreciate Martin Turney, Jason Morris, Laura Carmichael, and Aaron McKee, who provided testimony on a range of topics with the legislature. And then finally, I'll close with a new item that I added to my cadence and work calendar, but also was a great opportunity just to get to be in the space with colleagues here at the district office. I had an open office hours time this week for folks in the district office, and we had over 45 people come through in that hour. And the format was unstructured. It was meant to just say you can come and go. You don't have to stay here for the full hour. You can come for a bit. You can have a snack. We did offer some snacks, and that's always a good thing. But colleagues really shared what was top of mind for them. Some top themes that did come out were questions about the bond and what happens next. And this was actually on Wednesday, so after the Tuesday, February 11th election day. And there was enormous amount of pride and gratitude for the district that was expressed. Many staff members are parents, are married to parents, are alum of the district. And so there was a lot of just opportunity for people to share and that appreciation and gratitude for the kind of unique and amazing educational opportunities that this school district does provide. That's it for me.
Can you just provide greater clarity for our community about the waiver? Is there a minimum or maximum number of days, and how would that look like? Just in the sense of, obviously winter's not over, but we know we're already up to 5. So
Yeah, so there's actually probably several technical things that come into play here, but the school districts do have to have a minimum of 180 days that we are teaching students, and we have to also provide a number of instructional hours as well, and that does vary by level. So schools can request a waiver, and they have to meet a series of thresholds, such as the number of hours that's on average a requirement across the levels, as well as have had an opportunity to make up 3 school days already for closures that have happened. And that there's a line there that says per incident, which is one that we will be testing out. There's making sure that we have made reasonable effort to make up those instructional hours, as well as to ensure that we are using the days potentially that were scheduled vacation days or foreseen school closure makeup days on the calendar. So there's a variety of factors, but we've certainly had enough days that warrant us making an attempt to get this waiver.
thank you. We appreciate it. Other questions at all? No? Perfect. Thank you for that. The next item on our agenda is 2025 school bond and levy discussion. I think I would rather us not start with a motion. That seems a bit premature. So I think, is there a district presentation?
We have a short district, about 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome up Mark Sherwood and Martin Turney to just share a recap of the 2025 February bond. That was is still in progress for some validation and vote counting, but I will pass it over to Mark.
Thank you, Superintendent and board members. Good evening. I'll be brief as requested. The numbers we can go to the next slide if you could. Yep, just providing the results. There actually was some recent results that just came on just before the meeting. There wasn't a significant movement. Basically, it's down to 46% approved and 53% rejected. And right now, it appears it'll be a validated vote, but they've only counted to date 23,000 votes at this point. So we're still at roughly about 31% in terms of the validation, but it appears that it will be validated. Next slide. These are just two, I just wanted to make sure that we capture, these are two articles of interest that captures a bit of a timeline and also activities based on the supermajority requirement of a bond. Some of our students were involved, members of our team, and there are just some good opportunities to kind of get a snapshot and a timeline of some things that have happened over time leading up to this bond. Next slide. These are campaign metrics. I won't go into great detail. I just wanted to make sure at least we had a good closing out on it in terms of using and leveraging our own channels. Did have some great success in terms of the reach, in terms of the open rates, the click-through rates. They're all above industry benchmarks, which are wonderful. A lot of people are viewing our videos. If you looked at the video metrics on the screen right here, you'll notice our students are very high. So at the end of the day, students win on the video contest if you want to look at it from that perspective. Events, we had our school board, town hall, financial forum, board members and superintendent and chief attorney participated in some PTSA council and local meetings and the chamber state of the city. Next slide. These are some top themes and sentiments of supporters. And one of the things, obviously, in a very quick turnaround, I didn't have a chance to look at every single element out there, but I went and looked at all the different platforms from Reddit to Nextdoor to Facebook, tried to bring in as many of those themes, what they were most mentioned, and then rank them based on the number of mentioned. And for me, it was also out to see if our messaging was in line with what people were speaking and talking about. So as you can see from the top, overcrowding, no increase to the tax rate, and upgrades to safety. Those are the top three themes of our messaging. And that's what people were in terms of the supporters were carrying on social media. And again, this is more of a snapshot. I don't want to say this was a comprehensive of looking at every platform and also talking to other members in different areas of the community who may not be online. So it's not a full comprehensive type survey. I think you just went to the wrong slide. We can go back to slide down. Yep. And again, these are just the top themes of the supporters that they were repeating and in terms of messaging on the online platforms. And again, oversight and transparency and long-term planning. And then also many people talking about how good schools do contribute to strong communities and help maintain or increase property values. Let's go to the next slide. These were the themes of the opponents. Trust issues. This is what resonated most online from people in terms of their posts. And not listening to constituents and trying to educate instead of voters into an agreement and leading to a loss of trust. Concerns of financial management. I think there was some misinformation or some discussions about who was actually in charge of finances years ago versus today. But again, those are things that are carried out on social media that may not necessarily have an opportunity. People like to just say things as they feel. And so I think that was one area was financial management. Repeated bond proposals, that rose up quite a bit. And concerns over how we do our enrollment projections. I think there was a lot of discussion about the use of the documents we do from the city and the state level, and then also doing our projections. And I think the community is looking for a little more clarity on how we do our enrollment projections. Kind of a disregard for voter sentiment, and then lack of broad support. While there were some key groups as far as some of our labor partners, there was some comments about how there wasn't a collective broad support by business partners, by other organizations. It just seemed to be a little bit fragmented, and they recognized there was support, but just it wasn't broad enough. Next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Attorney right now. He's going to give a little bit about the historical bond in the past.
Thank you, Mark. Starting here as we shift into kind of a change of conversation toward a levy. This was just a snapshot of the history of bonds and levies since 2016, just to give you an idea of what those percentages of yes votes have been. Next slide, please. And then just some reminders really about an April levy potential here. Obviously, you approved resolution on January 16th to put this on the ballot with the direction that we hold at that time. So it has not been filed with King County as of yet, and that deadline is February 21st. So just some reminders on what that April levy would look like. The tax rate would be going from 309 to 330. If approved, the total amount will be 138.7 million collected over 6 years, so in installments annually. The school construction timeline, that creates a delay now that we're talking about April and then collecting over time. That changes how we can do the construction. So at least 2028 or later on that. Community engagement and our communication window is just over 2 months. And then front funding. So this obviously, like I said, 6-year levy. We are currently at a disadvantage because the current law does not allow us to issue debt up front and then pay it off with those levies. So that's one thing that is currently not something we can take advantage of. And if we were able to do that, though, interest on that debt is needed to be paid out of the general fund. So it's important to know that even though if we were able to do that, and there are a couple bills right now in the legislature that would allow us to do that, we would still have interest payments that would need to be covered by the general fund. And then waiting over 6 years obviously has a cost escalation risk as things do escalate over time. Next slide. And then some other key considerations, things that are kind of top of mind right now. Possible legislative outcomes. I just mentioned the possibility for us to be allowed to use LGO debt for front funding construction. I skipped over the possible, if we don't know what's going to happen, if the possibilities the state says, okay, we want to increase the state's version of the school tax, it could mean an adjustment up for our local taxpayers here, but that's not our local piece. So that could be an increase in taxes for folks in this community, and we don't necessarily see those funds returned to us in terms of funding. So, and then potentially a lift of the local levy lid that is being discussed right now. So we'll see if that happens, and then locally what that means for us in terms of what we potentially go out for in the future. Replacement levies. So again, a reminder that we're approaching the end of the 4-year cycle where we typically would go out for our education programs and operations levy, technology, critical repairs, and transportation. And just thinking ahead, I went back to the last February timeframe. If we ran it in February, and we would typically start committee work on that sometime in late spring or maybe as late as early fall, just to have the timing correct for that. Other unknowns, things to think about. Obviously at the federal level right now, there's a lot of talk about what's going to happen with federal funding and grants. Also construction costs, tariffs, unknown impact to what that could do to projects. And then any local, state and local jurisdictions putting other things on as proposals that would impact local property taxes. So just some things to consider, possible impacts, and that's the last slide for this presentation.
Thank you for that. Can you just go back to slide number 6? So I think what I would just say, and again, I wish President Ronaldo was here, but was we transitioned this conversation to getting ready to take a motion language and hear it. I think one of the things that I would want to highlight is, at least in my line of work, the first kind of is do no harm. And so I think for me, when I see it says trust issues, concerns over financial management, we can talk through those. And I think we have, and I think there's a lot of misinformation there. Repeated bond proposals, concern over enrollment projections. I think we can also talk through those. But the perceived disregard for voter sentiment and lack of broad support, I think that we want to show that we hear you loud and clear. And I think that that's what will lead us to transition to the next part of this conversation. And so at this point, I would love to entertain a motion.
I move the board adopt resolution 1237, repealing resolution 1235 that called for a special election in April 2025 for capital projects levies.
Second.
Perfect. And before I go to public input, I did want to give an opportunity for President Moraldo if there's anything else that she wanted to say or sentiment to convey.
No, actually, Harlan, I think you spoke eloquently to say that it's really those last two pieces that we need to consider. And so that's why at the last minute, we did kind of take a look at the response from the public and wanted to move forward with evaluating whether the right thing was to continue to press for a levy in April.
Right. With that, I have people that are signed up in the room to provide input onto this topic. And if for some reason I call you and this wasn't the topic you wanted to, please just wave me off. And then if there's people online that were wanting to provide input, if you would start raising your hand so we can take care of that for this topic only. So first one, when you would come up, if you would introduce yourself in your feeder pattern attendance area, you will have 2 minutes and we will ask you respectfully to wrap up when you hear the bell. Thank you. Tola Martz.
Good evening. My name is Tola Martz, and I'm a 22-year resident of Issaquah. Both of my children spent 13 years in the Issaquah school system, Issaquah Valley Elementary, Issaquah Middle, Issaquah High. I'm a proud member of the Issaquah Schools Foundation, and I'm a former officer of Volunteers for Issaquah Schools. I'm also a 16-year member of the Issaquah City Council, though here tonight I speak only as one of 7 on that body. I come as a friend and fierce advocate for both public education in general and this district in particular. I ask you to take a pause on the road to potentially authorizing a new levy. Losing a second consecutive bond, this time by a levy-proof margin, is a clear message from the voters that at this moment there is a disconnect between them and the people in this room. The magnitude of the loss precludes it being about any particular single item, such as the location of a new high school. Please, I beg of you, as a friend, take a pause. Talk to voters. Talk to other leaders in the community and the region. Talk to the folks who forged 20 years of successful bonds and levies in this community. Confirm to the voters that you have heard them and will bring something substantially new to the table before asking more of them. You have friends. The city of Issaquah has supported the district time and time again, as recently as last month. As one of 7, I will say that I think that if you were to reach out during a pause, you would find ample enthusiasm for conversations about such things as, for example, other possible locations for a comprehensive high school closer to where projected growth is likely to occur. Please take a pause. Respect what the voters have told us. Use that time to reach out to your friends and supporters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Michael Boyer.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and Madam President on the screen. My name is Michael Boyer. I've been a resident of Sammamish for 30 years. My kids went through Sunny Hills, Creekside, Pine Lake Middle School, so we're really familiar with the system. I support resolution 1237 to repeal 1235. If this means that you are going to think about high school number 4 differently and redirect your energies to funding other better academic alternatives. And with that, I really applaud your leadership on this issue. It's apparent to me that after hearing all the sides of this argument and considering the recent public vote, that other alternatives may service our community better. One of the concerns raised during the vote was this clear tax fatigue that we're feeling. To me, a deeper message, though, and I think your data shows it here, is that the community wants something better and a smarter use of our resources. I don't know what path you're going to take after this. I think that's what you're going to talk about. But with the 120 million that you have in reserves, maybe you could take those funds and it would go a long way in providing more distributed, smaller, more focused and effective solutions. I don't know if the money can be moved like that, but having a focus in that manner might serve us better. If so, having multiple, more locally embedded, highly flexible and adaptive facilities, and it might even promote more non-traditional means of education, that would be a welcome sight for us. So I see all of this as a grand opportunity for all of us to teach our youth about critical thinking, problem solving, and developing a modern educational model that fits our academic needs now and for years in the future. Thank you for your time, and I applaud your efforts, everyone.
Thank you. I apologize in advance because I'm trying to read this the best I can. Wesley, it's either most. Thank you. Okay, that's the next slide. It says bonds. So fair enough. Albert Serpez.
Good evening again. I was here after the last failure of the bond issue, and most of what was presented here, I understand. I've delved into it myself. One of the things that I personally didn't like is the way I need to dig into data to find something. $250 million, over $250 million for a new high school seems extravagant. I don't know what it's for. Does it include an auditorium? Does it include a gym? Does it include a stadium? You know, it's just a new high school. I was a teacher 50 years ago. I contacted one of my former students who's on a school board in Louisiana. And she was at one point assistant superintendent of education for the state. They just opened a new high school for $118 million. Now, I realize that's Louisiana, cost of living and all that. You know, it's like comparing Gala apples with Red Delicious apples. It's not apples and oranges. Okay. So you need to do something and do something different. And today I was digging through stuff and found out the superintendent of schools here makes more money than the governor. She makes more money than a 4-star general in the United States Army. You have 13 or 15 people in the administrative staff who make more money than the governor. I don't see that money being well spent if after 2 tries, you get a worse result. Thank you.
Thank you. Chetan Dandekar.
So I have a suggestion to offer, which is
Would you start with your introduction and if you don't have
Absolutely.
it, please? Thank you.
absolutely. So my name is Chetan Dandekar. I have kids in middle school and elementary, looking forward to attending high school. And I'm keenly aware of the overcrowding in various high schools, right? And I wish we had a magic wand to create the new high school. But I think our current strategy is not working, right? As earlier speaker said, we have repeated failures on bonds. So my request is to be transparent about what is the backup plan. There is a lot of speculation about what might happen if the new high school is not built. And I think that doesn't help our case at all. And my request is put out a fallback plan. Like if you don't, let's say for next 2 years, if you're not able to get capital projects bond passed, what is your backup plan to alleviate crowding in high schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public input in the room on this topic? Is there any public input on Zoom in this topic? And just to directly answer, the next topic of our conversation will be on that. And then secondly is if we were in Louisiana, the bond would have passed in November and we would have broke ground. But we don't live in Louisiana. So I see no public input on this topic on Zoom. Am I missing any, Stephen? Okay. So wanted to open up to board discussion on this resolution. Oh, sure. President Moraldo, do you want to kick us off on public discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was having a coughing fit. I can certainly start us off. One of the reasons I felt this was important was exactly what one of the speakers said, is that we got a worse result this time than last time, when we tried to be more specific about the needs. This included a quarter of this was not all high school. So a quarter of this was going to be to do security, and in addition at Liberty High School as well. So it is unfortunate that that's not going to happen. But I think we do really need to look at what are our options. We do have money that we have currently. And is there a way that we can address some of our needs by utilizing what we do have? And so I think that is, to me, I'm interested in that conversation. And as the public knows, the board does not have secret meetings where we discuss everything before we come before the public. We do all of our work in front of the public. So you are now at our public meeting. And so I have no idea what the rest of the board feels with regards to the results, how that impacts their thoughts about the future. And so that's why I felt this was really important for us to talk about and to really hear what plans are. I'm concerned that I don't want to erode trust from the community when we go out for levies. I'm really concerned about that eroding trust. We've heard often from the public, you keep asking us for money, which that's how funding is done. Director Mullings and I did a wonderful video that you can go watch, talking about that's how funding is done in Washington. So we will always be coming back for our education and operations and programming dollars. So we will still need to do that a year from now. And that is critical. That's 10 to 15%, I think the superintendent can correct me, of our overall budget. That's non-negotiable for us. And I don't want to erode trust now that says next February, I'm not going to give you your EP&O dollars, which I think would be detrimental to the district.
Thank you. Director Coyne.
I appreciate we're having this conversation, and appreciate Director Moraldo's comments as well. And I think I want to talk about a few things. I want to acknowledge some thank yous because there were so many people who came out and put a lot of effort into this this bond. And so I will just say right now, for myself, the feeling is sad. Not supporting education is sad. So I want to just throw that out there. But going back to this specific topic and really thinking through over the last couple of days how important the brand of the Issaquah School District is to me as a resident of this community for 20 years. The brand is important, and I think we diminish it if we don't pause and we think through other options and have further conversations with the community. I mean, obviously elections have consequences, and I think that our voters told us that they'd like us to pause and again, have more conversations, share more data, come together around a go forward plan that would obviously to get the support it needs. Before I end, I just wanted to acknowledge some thank yous because we worked hard over the last several weeks on this, and there wasn't a lot of time, obviously, but between the November election and the election we had on Tuesday. And I want to thank the district for their incredible work. It was just absolutely incredible. I know folks say, gosh, I couldn't find information on the bond. It was there. I will just say, that I think one of the things that I've learned and would just recommend to the community is people need to search out the data. If you're only on one forum, if you're only on one social media platform, really encourage you to look broadly and know too that, hey, if I want information about the district has a lot of it. Search it out on the district website. I want to specifically thank our superintendent. I want to thank Martin Turney, our CFO. I want to thank Mark and the communications team. I mean, my gosh, all of the work that you did in terms of putting information out there was amazing. I want to thank our volunteers who are on Volunteers for Issaquah Schools, VIS, for the work they did. I want to thank our parents who engaged members of the community on social media, particularly those who really thought creatively around how we get information out. So posting on social media platforms to reach, the different, very culturally diverse groups across our district. Those who put signs up in front of their houses in support of the bond, those who talk to neighbors. I also want to, just as I reflect on this, so there was a group of us that spent the last 5 weekends doorbelling, knocking on doors across our district. And in this political environment, you don't normally find this. We were doorbelling side by side, Democrats, Republicans, all in support of public education. And it was absolutely incredible. And I want people to pause on that because this is not a partisan issue. It brings people together when we support education. And so I want to thank folks for that. And then I really also want to pause and thank my board colleagues as well for their amazing work. I can look at each and every one of you and think about the amazing work that you did, from the podcasts to conversations to presentations. And I am just so proud to be up here with this group. And I'm sorry for going on and on about thank yous, but it's been a journey that we've been on. And just like so many of our volunteers, the 5 of us have been out there working to advocate for education funding. I know we hear from folks saying, gosh, we didn't know that was the function of the board. Well, that is the function of board members. And those are the board members that I want on my board in Issaquah. That was why I ran for this position a year ago, was to support and to advocate for schools. And so I want to end with that as just saying thank you to my board colleagues. So I'll end there.
Yes, Director Taylor.
Thank you. So yes, I mean, I think it's very clear that based off of the results on Tuesday that this is not the political environment for us to move forward with the levy. That seems more than obvious to me. And I feel fairly certain that we would not be successful in April if we did choose that course. And to Director Moraldo's point, I too am very concerned about further damage to the district's credibility, particularly when it comes to our enrichment levies that we are so dependent on right now, particularly with state funding continually to decrease. So I don't want to put any of that in danger and worry about that. Then I want to just say for my board colleagues, since we are having the discussion, I really do not want to rush the next step at this point. To me, there are too many uncertainties that I think I need time to consider. I think we need to honestly relook at the viability of the site. I would like to have time to see the developments out of Olympia, and that I do think there are some very optimistic things afoot down there. We've talked about, but almost hypothetically, I would really like to look at the development of that site if we were to sell it, or what that would look like with some hard numbers or projections, because I still don't know what that would entail. And then perhaps even a new analysis of other land options, which might lead us right back to the same conclusion that there's only one site. But I would like to reconfirm that. I think that would have also some legs with the community as well, that we're doing that work. So I do think we've reached the point where we need to use the word we've heard, pause and reset, and to take a very measured approach as to what we're going to do next. I also do want to say that I think our advocacy folks with Volunteers for Issaquah Schools are exhausted and spent, and they're not in a position right now to take on another campaign. And I think that we should afford that organization an opportunity to reset as well, as we consider our next steps. And I mean, yes, we do have a duty, and we are definitely going to be talking about contingency planning, but I also want that to be a very measured process where we take into consideration, as many different options as we can and run those things to ground. So it's a lot for us to take on, for sure. I think we are going to have to come to the conclusion that these permits are going to expire. That does create some sadness for me as well, because I am still very convinced we're going to have a new high school in this community. It's now going to cost a lot more money for our taxpayers. And that is extremely unfortunate, but that is kind of where we are at this point. So we'll have to keep solutioning, the best we can. Last thing I want to say is I think more than anything, we need to get to a point where as a community, we can acknowledge a key problem. Because there's been this skepticism, I'm not even sure where it's coming from, about the data showing the populations of our high schools and the directions that growth is going to take over the next few years. We have got to get to a point as a community that at least we can start with identifying the problem, which is our high schools are grossly overcrowded. That is the problem that needs to be solved. I'm willing and will continue to, work on the issue, but we're going to need some time to do it. And that's my point of view.
Director Mullins.
Sure, thank you. So obviously this question at least is about whether we pause on April. And so as I work out how I get there, I guess I'll go through a couple steps. I think as we look at the feedback, and I love that we put it all out there, I think we've done a good job of putting our feedback out there, positive or negative, the whole time. But I think we have to acknowledge that there's some interesting differences in that feedback, right? When you look across our population, I think the tax sensitivity is a clear piece of feedback across all constituents. Beyond that, we really just have a lot of conflicting feedback. And I know as people hear it, it's like, well, the board isn't listening. I think what we've been trying to do is listen through a number of different kind of concerns and figure out the path. So, great example is, there's people who have a lot of different sorts of concerns, and it's hard to triage through that, right? So I think for me, the challenge is the first time through what we heard was, I didn't even know you were running a bond. And then we heard from people, I'm hearing too much from you about this bond. It's oversaturated, right? So that we have this juxtaposition of feedback all the time. I think, we could pick any topic and people have an opinion on it. I think there's other places you could have a school. I don't know where that comes from. Like, it's fascinating, but I think those are interesting. So I think we've been trying our best to listen to the signals that were the clearest in people's feedback and adjust that, make the bond more targeted, deal with the tax sensitivity. The reality is there's ways to do it with less tax sensitivity. So I think we've actually heard quite a bit of the feedback. I think where the struggle is where we don't react to people's exact feedback that causes stress. And I get that. For me, I don't feel sad about it. I'm a sports parent. I've raised sports kids. You take a loss, you go on to what's next. I'm also not much of a pause person. So I think my belief is, and I will stand by this, is now that we have people's attention, we should be really, really clear on what what possibly has to happen next. I think we've started that conversation. We have published what some of those contingency plans are. We're going to talk next about what some other ones could be. But for me, I think it's just, well, what's the right solution that fits the resources we have and the direction that we have to educate kids. So I worry that without having this next resolution, without moving forward, we lose attention. And later people say, oh, well, but they just stopped. It must not have been important. They didn't continue to fight for what was important for my kids. They didn't continue to work on what overcrowding is in my schools. And just based on how the last 6 months have gone, we will get that feedback. Thank you for listening. You didn't listen. We'll both come out. So I do worry about how do we properly use the moment to make sure that we lay out the facts, although some will say we're trying to overeducate them and not listen. That came out in the feedback. So I don't know how to resolve that, how to give information without, I guess, lecturing. But I think for me, that's the case. As I sit here, I am not convinced we should take the item off for April. I get the facts that we had less support, but I don't know. I don't think from a change management perspective that is the right choice. Now I have a lot more to say in the next topic, which is what do I think we can do with other options on the table. I think we've got a lot of great options on the table with the resources we have. But in this case, I actually think it's a really good time to keep the attention on what is a really important topic and to at least make sure that before we have to do something dramatically different and disruptive, everybody understands exactly where we're going. I don't want to get to next school year and we do something big and it's like, well, did you even try? Did you try hard enough? Did you try more than once? And so that's where I sit with it.
So I'll do some storytelling, I guess, before I get to where I feel. I grew up in Pierce County, and I grew up in what was considered a smaller, inferior district when I was a kid and graduated from Sumner High School in 1994. We were always overshadowed by the Puyallup School District. And at that time, even the school I think Director Coyne went to was a 10-12 high school. And that was a common model back 30 years ago. Many high schools in our state were that way. And at some point, Puyallup hit a crisis. And then after they built their third comprehensive high school that was 10-12, they went through this decades-long process where they were unable to pass bonds. And over those 2 decades, Sumner School District transitioned to a 9-12 system. Their property values have now exceeded Puyallup's, as evidenced by the fact that that is now the cut line where teachers in the Sumner School District get the full regional and Puyallup doesn't, kind of ironically. And Sumner passed a $732 million bond in November to do further investments. And there's a school community that's half of our size. So I think I've lived and grown and watched what the long-term play impact is to a community over the course of sustained de-investment of public education. And I've seen it and then how it impacts community and schools. And happily, Puyallup School District did pass an $800 million bond this week on however many try, I don't know, I give up. But so good for them. But they are now decades behind in school investment. They're decades behind in property value. And that has had real then impact in what their teachers are paid. And so I don't want us to go down that journey. And if it takes a pause in this moment, and yet I would agree with you, short. If I'm going to pause, it needs to be short and focused and really not pause. And then we're not going to stop having conversations about it and dialogue. But what is the path forward that we go for that we can all collectively get behind? Because the problem is still there and it hasn't magically gone away by a vote in November, which again, in 42 states would have been us breaking ground on a new high school. And then what we heard this week. So with that, I am supportive of this move with the understanding of the next topic I have much more strong opinions about. And we're going to kind of have to nest in sort of where we see opportunity because it's kind of bubbled up, but I think we need a focused conversation that we're going to kind of add it into the next agenda topic to talk a little bit about structured schools and sort of where we could potentially go forward because I don't see another place in it and don't want to wait till the future agenda topics at the end because people are here and listening now. So looks like there's a, do you want to raise your hand?
Oh, yes, I was. So I would actually ask that we hold this decision until after the next conversation.
So I'm assuming that's a motion to table, which I would second.
I hadn't made the motion yet. I was just expressing a desire. I will make a motion as soon as I hear Naomi's insightful input.
Hi, everyone. I saw
little bit.
those.
A little bit closer.
Hello? All right. I saw that there was, I think, over 100 participants on Zoom currently. when we normally have like maybe 10. There's also several listeners in the boardroom right now, and I want to thank everyone for coming. For those who are new, I want to introduce myself and the other student reps here. My name is Naomi Wu. I'm a senior at Issaquah High School, and there are several students here with me that are representative of our high schools, all 4 high schools, including Gibson Eck. There are 2 for every high school, and I'm one of the representatives from Issaquah. I think when we're talking about a pause on bringing, sending out another levy and asking more from our community, I think what we really want to do is not necessarily take a physical pause, but simply redirect our efforts and energies into rebuilding our trust and establishing communication with our community. We would not be fully halting any operations or planning or preparation for building a new high school, for funding our schools. We would simply be trying to increase the probability that those efforts will pass in the future, because we do need, from the votes and from the results of past bonds, it seems clear to me, and I'm sure some of the other students here, that we do need to create a stronger connection with our community. We have several speakers here today that came that I think says some things that were very wise. We have supporters and also people who did not support the bond that are calling for a pause for us to reestablish a connection, to help them learn and understand what we are trying to do and to be more transparent. I think it's very wise to listen to those voices. And also to the, I think, somewhat division among the board right now. President Moraldo, Director Mullings, and Director Gallinger, you've all been on the board for quite a while. I think Director Coyne and Director Taylor bring a fresh voice to this community, to this board. As newer members of the board, they share a fresher perspective. They bring a greater understanding of what it is to be a regular citizen coming into a board meeting, who may be more unfamiliar with board language and policy, and how school funding works. I think it's very wise to listen to these fresh and newer voices, because they represent a great population of our community that are not as engaged with our district and what our district is doing on a constant basis. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, cool. I just wanted to piggyback off of what Naomi was saying. I'm Ava. I'm also the other student rep from Issaquah. And I just wanted to talk about how we have kind of seen this mistrust in our community. And when we look at pivoting the way that we're giving out information so that it feels less so like kind of a forced education and more so like we're having a dialogue with our community, I would really urge the consideration of utilizing students more in that manner. I think that there's less doubt when students are speaking in terms of what our experiences are, because obviously when you have something that's coming from the student saying, we like need this, this is what we're experiencing, there's less of that communication gap. And I think that was shown in the success of the videos that we had in terms of the day in the life videos across all 3 high schools. And then beyond that, I would say that when we look at taking a pause and reevaluating, I think that making it so that students are able to kind of address some of those more specific concerns and make more like bond directed information, or potential change directed information, that could be beneficial and also provide a new perspective.
I think Naomi and Ava put up some points really elegantly. I would also just like to comment, you expect us as student representatives to represent our schools and not just our own opinions, which are vastly more informed than those of our fellow students. And we're student school board representatives. And it's your duty to represent your community and not act like trustees or an educated liaison. And if your community isn't agreeing with you, then that's a communication gap. And if you're making decisions that don't represent the community, that's a communication gap, and you're not representing the community. And I think it's important to reach out because it's taken me a year to be able to understand what's going on here. And the gift that is I get to go and I get to talk to students and I get to explain what an OE is and what the school board does and what it's like in admin. And that's important for students to understand. It's more important for the community to understand because they're the ones where they're where we get our funding. And I think it's really important that if they're not understanding, then the board needs to respectfully educate them, not just about the bond, but about administration and about how that works and about the struggles that we're facing. And I looked at the bond website after the first bond failed, and it was not clear. There was a lot of information, and it needs to be accessible. We have a lot of different demographics in our district, and it needs to be as accessible as possible. I would also say, like, we had a lot of proactivity from students. Naomi did some really cool work trying to reach out, and that was so cool. And we would be happy if you would use us as much as possible to give us directives, to help spread word and encourage people to learn more and to even share what we know because we're even more educated about what's going on than some parents and community members. So please use us. That's kind of what we're here. So
Perfect. Yep.
I move we table this vote.
Second.
Pardon me. Oh, Chris, you wanted to say something? You can talk.
Oh, okay. I know we just highlighted a lot of the bad things, but I kind of want to highlight one positive, especially from just in the past few months, especially from November. I think communication has got a lot better. I mean, there's still a big gap and there's still a need to fulfill that, but it's definitely gone a lot better. Definitely in the ways like Day of the Life. I feel like that gave a great insight to people to podcast more and more stuff like that. The thing is though, my concern and like fellow people at Liberty's concern is that like obviously these issues aren't going away anytime soon, and clearly they've just gone worse and worse over time. So I just want to make it a little bit clear that by taking a break, it's not putting the issue like on the back burner. Like this only progressively going to get worse, and I feel like looking back a couple months ago, maybe if we knew where we would be today, we'd like make a couple different decisions. But I mean, this is as best as we're gonna have it. We can't go back. And I feel like waiting on it is just gonna keep on multiplying. But definitely communication has gone better. And it's a lot of room of improvement where I definitely think a lot of my other representatives here have mentioned like using students. And so that's all I want to say. But I just want to highlight a couple positives.
Thanks. So we have a motion to table this. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion? All those in favor of table?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay. So we've tabled this agenda item and we will move to the next agenda item, structure of schools discussion. Yeah.
Yep, I move the board adopt a change to the structure of schools to take effect in the 2026-27 school year.
Second, sorry.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. And at this point, I think we will hear from discussion with public input. And the first item of public input is Wesley Mose.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Most. I have children at Issaquah High and Cougar Mountain Middle School. I realize now you have to solve the problem of overcrowding. I realize that there's going to be limited options that you can do. However, I've heard a variety of different things, such as, some redistricting that could potentially, shift the overcrowding possibility. I would say after hearing all this information about pause and reset and listening and all this, I would say be mindful about what you're about to do. Figure out, can you use existing facilities to potentially solve this problem? If we have a location for a new high school, why not use that as a potential 9th grade campus? It'll cost a lot less money than a full high school and won't need to be as big. I also think, frankly, that we have no real understanding of how much, overcrowding will stay or reduce. So let's try to make sure we're doing legitimate items that will restructure it out. Gentlemen, I don't know your name, but you said about the possibility of doing 10 through 12 and whether that's better than 9 through 12. I don't know. But again, if we're talking about giving the more information out to the community, let's make sure we do this right, because this is the option we have to do. We have to be pragmatic. We have to solve this in this way. And let's make sure that this information comes out properly versus just make a decision, because I don't think doing something like I heard of redistricting Cougar Mountain to go to Liberty solves the problem. I think it just basically shifts the overcrowding position. I would say take the pause, figure out how to do this pragmatically and do it right. Thank you.
Is there any other public input on Zoom on this topic of structure of schools? Or in the room? If you would just come up and introduce yourself with your attendance area. And again, I think to follow up with what Director Mullins has said, this, now that we have everyone that have joined us tonight, this is the first time we're talking about this topic. We've been talking about how we're going to address this problem and potential adjustments to our facilities and our structure of schools for well over a year. So this is not a new topic. It might be new to some people tonight, but it's not a new topic.
Go now. Okay. My name is Jennifer Harrington, and I'm a parent to a current 10th grader at Issaquah High and a 7th grader at Cougar Mountain Middle. I, like many others, are disappointed that the school bond did not pass, but I'm here today because I fear that the board will make knee-jerk reactions that will harm our students far more than the overcrowding that they have very unfortunately grown accustomed to. Regarding the proposal that Cougar Mountain attend Liberty High School, you've probably already realized this by now, but Liberty does not have room to accommodate such a move. Assuming you started moving 9th graders next year alone, within 4 years, Liberty would be at 150% capacity. Trying to equalize the population of all the schools when they have wildly different capacities is not equitable. There's no question that our high schools are overcrowded, but since none of the 4 solutions proposed back in November seem palatable to anyone, I would like to propose 2 more options. The first proposal would be to find a cheaper way to build this high school. Maybe we can expand existing facilities alternately. Maybe we have enough money if we redesign it. Maybe we can sell off a portion of the land and make it more compact. Maybe we can get corporate partners to help fund the school. Maybe the high school can be built in phases, or it doesn't have to have a stadium to begin with. Second proposal, which somebody else touched on, is that the district start looking closely at its school boundaries and adjust them if necessary to send some of the students in Sammamish and Lakemont back to Bellevue School District. While the district will surely lose tax revenue as a result, if overcrowding is such a crisis, surely the board would agree that sending some of our students to a district that's closing schools because they're far under enrollment might be prudent. Regardless, I ask the board to take no action at this time without asking parents and students what they want. I think you'll find that most of us would rather stay put over shifting boundaries, time shifting, or sending our kids backwards by keeping them in elementary and middle school longer. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, so you can turn your video on and unmute Jennifer Sarasoli and then Adrana Uzzle.
Hello, my name's Jennifer Sarasoli, and I'm going to try to turn my video on. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm sorry. It says the host has stopped it, but can you hear me?
We can absolutely hear you, and hopefully you can try and turn your video on as we
Oh, I'll try again. Oh, sorry. It won't let me. Oh, there it will. Fantastic. Oh, okay. Hello, it's nice to see you all. Thank you for letting me speak for just 1 minute. I have two things to say. One is that I think Director Mullins made a motion to adopt this thing in the 2026-2027 school year, but the advance notice that's up on the website says the 2027-2028 school year. And I just want to be clear about when this is. I am a teacher at Issaquah High School. I teach English, and I recognize that you as a school board and the administration of the district is in a really difficult situation. Our schools are overcrowded. We need more funding. I wish the bond had passed. I would also, I just want to note that we as teachers, and I feel confident in speaking for a number of my colleagues, want so much to work with the leaders of this district to make things work. And I know that you've talked about this in board meetings before, restructuring the schools, but before voting on anything that might require a lot of action, I would really love to feel a little more partnership with maybe some outreach and discussions with the staff that are going to be working to make these changes. So I respect your time and I really appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the board agenda, unfortunately, because I was a late add-on, got added on with a typo of the years. It was a different time frame than what I had talked with President Ronaldo as we were getting ready to open this up for this addition. The next, yes. So what was stated was what we wanted. The next is Durana. And while she's coming on, can you make sure that the others that are in line can have the ability to turn on their video? So then that part's ready. Perfect.
Hi, good evening. I'm Durana Uzzle. I am Issaquah Education Association president and parent of a student that is in the Issaquah High School feeder pattern that goes to Cougar Mountain Middle. And I'm just here to just kind of reiterate a little bit of what the other speakers shared. I'm concerned that a lot of the conversations have been through the board meeting and haven't been with our labor partners. And there's a lot of questions that I feel like they're still unknown. Do we have room in the schools to be able to do this? How would that look with teachers moving, with endorsements? And so for me, with a lot of other questions, I do think, could there be data collection, conversations with community members, conversations with our labor partners to see if this is even a feasible option? And I'm not sure that really has occurred with our labor partners. So I ask that instead of moving forward with a direct decision, that there's a decision to start collecting that information and seeing and making the decision based on actual data and facts. Thank you.
Next is Leah Whitesacker. Apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name.
I think you are still on mute. Can you unmute on your end? And she said no.
Not from our end. We'll let you troubleshoot and we will try and circle back with you. So next then is Sarah Cullen. If you could turn on your camera when you introduce yourself, please.
All right, it says I cannot. Okay, first of all, so happy to be here. Those students spoke so wisely. It's just so impressive. I just have to say, from teaching in this district for 12 years, that is just so beautiful. So well done, you guys. I do want to reiterate what we've heard. We all have different lenses that we've been navigating in, and it's not to devalue those. So I just wanted to kind of share the perspective of moving that as a 6th grade teacher. And like 6th grade is just such a fundamental year. You guys, it's just such a cool opportunity to see that growth in these students that go from 5th to 6th. Like, they become such different humans. It would be such from the perspective that we have a sad disappointment to not give them that opportunity of growth. Not saying that it's the right call, but going back to what a lot of these students were saying and community members were saying of just discussion and ideas that we all are coming with, to move from a 7th to 9th grade and miss out on the opportunity that these, when they go from 5th to 6th, it's so beautiful.
Is that it?
Yes, sorry, it went back. So yeah, that was something I just wanted to share. Again, nobody knows the exact right call, but I did want to share it's my favorite year to teach because of the growth that they make. And I do think it's something just to be aware of, to take that opportunity away. Thank you.
Next is Natalie Sheehan. Again, if you would come off mute and turn on your video as you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Natalie Sheehan. I teach social studies at Issaquah High School. Naomi's actually my student, so it's nice to hear her. I just wanted to reiterate what Jen Sarsoli and Dorona said, is that in discussions about restructuring, which I understand may totally be necessary, and certainly we've been feeling the effects of overcrowding at IHS for quite a while now. I really urge you to take into consideration the voices of teachers and get feedback from us. And not only get feedback, but also, act on that feedback as well. I think it's a really crucial voice that's been missing from this discussion about how this is going to affect us and our students, because we're the ones on the ground every day. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Lee, are you able to come off mute? Okay, so then I think you're gonna probably need to try and call in with a different device or reconnect to the meeting, but if you can't come off mute, then I'm sorry, we can't take your public input.
I've been clicking the ask to unmute button.
Yeah.
So it's on your end that you have to then say.
We encourage you to submit it in writing. So next is Wright. Again, since I only see a single name, if you would introduce yourself with your full name as well as attendance pattern. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Wright Knoll. My kids all graduated from Liberty High School, all 5 of them. And as you guys know, I was very active in the campaign, front row seat in many of the discussions with people that had differing views than myself. I was very active in promoting and trying to get the bond passed. And I would encourage you to hit pause for a minute. I think there's value in just letting the dust settle before you make a decision on rebounding and other significant things that impact people. One of the messages that kept coming as we interacted with people is they decide what they're going to do and then they just do it. And so I think, I know you guys have been talking about this. It looks knee-jerk if you decide 2 days after the vote what you're going to do, even if you've been talking about it. I think perception's important. And so I would encourage you to just hit pause for a minute, unless there's some urgent need to make a decision today about redistricting. So thank you for the efforts, you guys. Thank you for all your work. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks. Maya, again, introduce yourself by your full name as well as your feeder pattern as you come off mute.
Hi, my name is Maya Vidyasari. I have a student in Issaquah High School in PCMS. Again, I'm kind of new to this, but one thing that that has been discussed multiple times is kind of the issues, like the trust issues and like, hey, the board is not listening. I'm just curious, have the board thought, or is it a possibility to do a poll instead of a yes or no for a bond levy, just a yes or no questions? This is the list of things that we have considered, and people can put a poll and then put like 1, 2, 3, this is my preference. And then you can display it like, of course, the poll with the education in the same time, what is going to be done and what is the impact for each of the different options. And then people can put a vote of like, this is my favorite 1, 2, 3, and 4, as opposed to just a yes or no. And then show that, hey, instead of just people who come to the board meeting, but, kind of gather just like, election polling and whatnot, to show that the district listen, not just in terms of kind of binary resolution, but what is kind of the majority from everybody. Again, there are a couple options that has been discussed, right? The changing of the structure 9 to 12, moving to Bellevue School District, or like moving some of the CMMS into Liberty. I don't know what are the other options, but if all of the things that you have worked through, like hard work, if you can put it out there and let people show their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah, last try.
Come on, Leah. We're rooting for you. Yes.
Okay, flashback, but thank you for persevering with me. I definitely echo the sentiments of students, but also my colleagues of please let us work in conjunction with you for determining how we can try to solve the problem that now we have that we can't solve with a bond, which, boy, we really were rooting for it. I'm a music teacher in the district. I teach at Issaquah High and also Skyline, and I teach the only all district program for music and it's the Evergreen Philharmonic. And I would like, as you look at problem solving, to make sure that we don't leave the arts behind. I think it was Carrie Dean was talking about that critical year of 6th grade and what a special time that is for them to launch. And the impact that moving 6th grade where they start instruments would have on them, and what kind of problems that would logistically cause for staffing and just for those programs in general. And we actually draw students to our district. People have moved here from across the country, and when they're looking around, they move here because we have programs like at Evergreen Philharmonic, or it's not just sports that draw people. We have great academics. So I ask that we please, please, please don't leave behind the impact that possibly, and I understand that something's going to happen. We understand this, but just looking at how to problem solve to not decimate the music programs in the process. To the students really have high value there. We have like a quarter of the population involved
Okay, you're gonna
in
need to
the
wrap up.
performing
You're
arts.
out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cami Kress.
Hi, thank you. My name's Cami Kress. I live and teach in the Sunset Elementary boundary. I want to echo my support for what people have said about asking for there to be a moment of pause and not make any hasty decisions. The effects of changing grade levels in the school system would be very impactful, as I know you're all aware. And I think partnering with educators and talking through what that potential change would look like and the timeline would be really beneficial to getting people to help support such a transition. I also wanted to voice support for the idea of seeing if there's still a way to build the high school with lower costs and also if we can pursue trying to get more funding from the state. I know that education is not funded from the state as highly as we would like, so whether that would be legislatively, supporting legislative action for more funding, just want to voice my support for that idea also. Thank you.
Okay, this will be the last hand we take because again, this is a business meeting that we do want to have people be able to get home at a reasonable time, including ourselves. So what it says, Biswell B, if you would introduce yourself with your full name.
Hi, my name is Betty Biswell. I actually teach at Beaver Lake Middle School. I teach 6th grade biology or life science and the 8th grade high school biology for the advanced students. And I just want to say a few things about the notice I got today about the possibilities for shifting the schools around, the kids around. First of all, the one thing one of the questions I have, because I do teach the 6th grade students at a middle school level, that expectation for teachers to teach at an elementary school that are currently teaching 6th grade, how does that look for certification process? Because I hold a secondary ed certification. So I'm just throwing that idea out to keep it in mind about the certification processes that go with that. The other thing is I want to reiterate what some of the other teachers have said about the growth that I've seen in 6th grade students. So this is my 3rd year teaching 6th grade. I usually teach high school, so it's been an interesting experience. Personally, I think I'm saying this correctly, is that some of the expectations that they come into in middle school, they don't really know what their expectation is as a 6th grade student. So as a middle school teacher and a high school teacher, I felt like we have more control as to how to set higher expectations for those students. So looking at some of the test scores that our school has kind of had in the last year, 2 years, we've seen considerable amount of growth in our students' reading abilities from coming into a middle school school and being setting those expectations of being able to read at a higher level and being able to function and change, because they're trying to do more class schedules, and there is a lot of growth.
I need to wrap up.
So I would just like to think about that more. Thank you very much for letting me speak, and thank you very much for holding the open session today.
So first of all, as I frame this discussion, I want to extend gratitude to all of our teachers and staff across the district. And when you speak about the importance of transition, of what it means for 6th graders and for our 9th graders, like for us, you're preaching to the choir, literally. Like we know and understand with very intricate detail that. However, the community has spoken very clearly that they want us to fix our overcrowding problem within our existing structure that we have and the budget that we have. So I want to bifurcate this conversation into two, because I do want to fit sort of high school property and sort of our thoughts on that in a secondary part of this. But I would like tonight to walk away with, as this is framing the timeline and the components of what we would want the administration to come back with us for a recommendation. I do not see this as a moment that we're voting on changing the structure of schools tonight. Just to be clear to everyone that's listening, that's watching. But this is for us to establish what is the time frame for that change, as well as what are the components that we would need to have. So for an example, for me, as for kicking it off, and I think that Director Mullins is going to go over like the topics that were talked about. I don't want us to necessarily select from that menu. That would be the administration's role. But for me, I would want, like, these are the criteria that it must meet. And so an example for me would be whatever plan for the structure of schools, it must meet the implementation year of the 26-27 school year. For me, it must have our high schools be at 95% of their permanent capacity. And the reason why is that way we don't have to make a change once, and then as our schools grow over the next couple years to have to like redo it again. So that's why the state and everywhere in the state uses that as the number. So those would be just an example. So what I would like for us to walk away from this conversation with is what are the criteria? And then what time frame would we want an expectation for the administration to come back with a plan? And obviously we would want to partner with our educational bargaining units. And yet we are supposed to enact and reflect the will of the community. And that's what we are going to do starting tonight. So, and it's not starting tonight. We've been doing this for ever and a day, but this conversation starting tonight. Director Mullings.
Can we start, Superintendent, with just a review of the alternatives as they've been previously discussed so far?
So there were alternatives as part of contingency planning, as part of the discussion at the December 12th board meeting. So I believe Stephen can pull up the archived agenda for the December 12th, 2024 board meeting, right? And here it is on the screen.
Okay, so maybe thank you for that. Appreciate it. So I think to the point that we've started this conversation of what could potentially happen, I'll just reiterate my points at this particular meeting, which is this is the list we had so far, right? These were the starting list of alternatives. I do not believe there are only lists, and that's, I think, hopefully what we can get to tonight. Because to your point, I think the opportunity we have is, and certainly before I get more comfortable with the discussion I help table, is what do we need to know about these and or other options so that we can get to a decision, so that we can understand who do we have to, not have to, but who are we going to talk to? What's the order of operations on conversations, et cetera. So, but just to give a sense so people understand, what we've talked about in previous discussions was, one, is there a reconfiguration option? That might mean, and many have certainly brought this up in the last set of bond conversations, is do we go back to a freshman campus that we had in the past? Just to be super clear on that so everybody understands, we have too many freshmen today to be housed in any one of our middle school buildings. So that is actually not an option in an existing middle school building. I know that's one that people hearken back to as wonderful times. We had significantly less freshmen. So now we have too many freshmen to put in any one of our middle school buildings. We also don't have enough capacity to move all those middle schoolers out of one of the buildings to put in another building. So would we do that for the ninth grader? So we've already asked and answered that question. That is actually a no. We don't have room. The next one is, would we reconfigure, as Director Gallinger mentioned, to a K-5, from K-5 to K-6? We've certainly gotten some feedback tonight on that. 6 to 8, and then 9 to 12. No, I'm doing that wrong. Sorry, going from 6 to 8 to 7 to 9, and then 10 to 12. So I think that one is still one to be discussed. We also have many of our middle schools that are at capacity, so it would be, where is that possible? Redrawing of boundaries, that came up tonight. We talked about that before at this meeting. We did have, at this December meeting, spirited conversation. I was very spirited about it. I know I get that way. But one of the things we talked about was, what is the potential of Cougar Mountain Middle School going to Liberty? We, after that meeting, went through the actual data, and that's the data you saw in many of our communications post that conversation that indicated that, no, Liberty's already over capacity. So that is another item that was on the board. And then double shifting at high school, which would mean something to the effect of some kids go to school something like 6 a.m., I don't know where it would end, 1 in the afternoon, and other kids would go from like 2 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, or whatever, however we get to the math to get to the right number of hours in a day. I think I have heard stories of someone who was here when we had to double shift before, and their kid went till 8 p.m., if I understand that correctly, but it would be like 2 shifts of schools. So those are conversations we have had and to date, and I think our opportunity tonight is, are there others?
Well, I would say I would take off the table. I don't see us doing any short or long term like swapping of a whole corner of our district to another school district. As I would say, yes, sending kids to and Bellevue high schools are actually over capacity as well. There's only one of their high schools that is even allowing any students. So that's really not something that is a tenable option and something you'd want to go year to year for.
Right. So if I can build on that, 'cause again, I feel like people don't like the lectures, but the school, no one is talking about closing high schools. There's no one anywhere talking about closing high schools. So that's why the Bellevue option is probably not an option either.
So for me, why the urgency is that I think our community and our parents and our students deserve an answer as quickly as possible. And this is, again, not a new topic, maybe new to some people tonight, but not a new topic. And so I would like us to have a announcement made no later than the end of the May of this year for what a plan is. But I want to open that up for, like, I think I'd like us to choose like when we think we need to make the announcement by, and then what the parameters are that it must meet. Director Mullins and Director Coyne.
Okay. So I would like to table a couple of additional options. First, one is building a new 9th grade campus using the existing, I think that came up tonight. So I was excited to hear that one, but I think, is that possible? Do we use the property we have and on that site build a new 9th grade campus that would house the number of freshmen that we have? So I think that's one I'd like to put on the board. And then the second one, which I'd say I'm much more spirited about, is I don't think this has to be a moment of austerity. I worry that out of our reaction to this result, that we treat this as a moment of austerity. I treat it as a moment of opportunity. And if I look at the vast majority of conversations we've had around high school and what we hope for our high schoolers and what additional opportunities we can put in the system, we have had a number of conversations, and what was in the initial bond from November was how do we expand? Once we could build a new high school, then we could expand in each of our high school buildings additional learning opportunities to allow our students to pursue practical certifications and other career exploration in their buildings. So in that November conversation, it was a 2-step process. I still think that's an amazing plan, but it was not the will of the voter, so I respect that. But I think what we do have as an opportunity is to still get to that outcome, which is my second proposal would be to build a career center on that location in the spot that's currently designated for what would have been elementary 17. 17, is that the right number? Leaving room for the high school for further development. But that would both give us the career options and training, and it would help get some of the volume as our 11th and 12th graders go to pursue that type of coursework on that site.
I think that's the part of the bifurcation part. I'd rather us talk about what that site development could look like after this.
So I don't want any of those answers. I think they're all terrible. So I am positing my new answer.
We know they're all terrible, and yet we've been tasked by the community to do them. So
I don't know that we have. If we have a better answer that we can afford, I don't know that we have to get there.
No, I know. I know we'll get there.
Positing. Okay.
Like
I'm sorry, you're in charge.
I have, yes, I want us to have a conversation about the property after this. Like I promise we're going to have it because I have lots of ideas and thoughts myself. So I don't disagree with you, but I want to talk about, first of all, the problem we're trying to solve is overcrowding And we've been asked by the community to solve it within existing means and existing buildings. And it's been very clear feedback about that. There is not a belief that we are overcrowded. There's not a belief that we need another building in this district. And there is a request to change and address how we use our space, given the capacity in some of our elementary schools. So I just want to recenter us back on that conversation.
All right. Well, I'm just going to actually say, Director Mulling, now you're actually talking like something I'm excited about. Because again, that list, I just want to be clear. I don't like anything on it. Nothing, to the point I don't even want to have a conversation on it. So I'm just going to be really clear. Junior high model, no way. Ninth grade campus, moving anyone structuring, in an existing middle school, no. The idea of altering and double shifting students, no. I mean, the idea, and maybe, yes, I know this is the second portion of the conversation, and maybe we just need to speed ourselves to it. But I think how we rework that location, or we think more creatively, that's what gets me excited. I think that this idea of, and I'm going to take us back to just offer some personal perspective on it. I mean, before coming to the board, I spent years on the Issaquah Schools Foundation board, and this Issaquah School District brand is very important to me. I fundraised on behalf of this district for years. We were the cheerleaders of the district, and we have an expectation in this community that we provide excellence in our schools. And this idea of going back in time, I can't sit up here and support that at all. So I want us to think about how we can use what we currently have and be creative with that and do something that moves us forward. I think some of the feedback that we got, even though as a board, we talk about this. And again, I'm so glad that this boardroom is filled with people and we have 100 people supposedly on Zoom. I can't tell. But we as a board talk about CTE. We talk about options, even though there's a lot of feedback saying, oh, this board doesn't do that. We do. That's what gets us excited. We want to talk about the kids in the middle. We want to talk about the kids who need options. And that is why I think as we think creatively about what we can do with existing resources, with existing funds, that's what gets exciting. That's what moves us forward. This idea of what was on that slide doesn't get me excited. And I think I would also ask too, I'm not sure that the community has actually tasked us with solving for overcrowding. So I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with even a May date and coming out with something. I talked to so many people over the last couple of months around this bond who told me, I didn't realize our schools were overcrowded in our community. We know they are. And I know that there's, you could debate, hey, those people maybe are not in touch with us, but I don't know if we've necessarily been tasked with that. We need to solve for it, but I don't know if we've been tasked with it to solve it for next year. So I'll end there.
It's not for next year. We're solving it for a year and a half from now. So
but but I thought it said 26, 27.
That would have been 2.5 years from now.
Okay, I see what you mean. Because 25, 26. So it's the one. Okay.
And that would be like in 4 years that we've been talking about it. So at this point, we've got to move from talking about it. So again, I would ask that we have the eat our vegetables part of the conversation first before we get to dessert. I promise we will have the dessert conversation. But I do believe we need to have this conversation, as painful and unpalatable as it might be.
I think I'm ready. There's a lot that's suddenly floating around in the room. Okay, I want to talk first about the timing of a decision. We can talk about May, but I have a lot of concern about any perception that we are rushing to a decision, even though that is 2 or 3 months away. When we first had this discussion in December, I heard outrage from the community, and it might have been that my directorship area was particularly in arms about the move to Liberty. But what I heard was people saying, this is being sprung on us, the board's not taking its time, you're not considering input. And I think we also just learned through the bond campaign that we were getting the same message. So I would encourage us to first have the discussion, what needs to happen between now and to the point that we're going to make a decision with the public and the community and how we're going to engage them, and then plan backwards from that. That would be my opinion as to how to go about it. And if that ends up being in May, great. But I want to be absolutely sure that we have given the public ample voice in whatever decision we're making. And I know we bemoan the fact often that we have town halls and people do not show up. And there are, we try all these different mechanisms, but I think we're going to have to try all those different mechanisms and more. And we probably have to put our heads together and think about other ways we can engage the community on this, because there's going to be a firestorm one way or another. To Director Coyne's point, I don't like those ideas either, but we got to have some plan. We have to and if they're not great decisions, okay, but there are certain facts about all of those potential models that I need to know. And I think this is the question you asked first, which is, I would like to know costs, associated costs with each one of those potential plans. Do we have to remodel facilities? Is there transportation costs that'll be, incurred? That kind of thing. Impact on teachers and on the public comment we just heard. I honestly do not fully understand the impact on certifications for teachers in our various buildings. Would like to have that information so I know how staff is going to be impacted by whichever path forward we go on. And then lastly, I need to better understanding on the impact for each of these models on the educational experience. I don't know where that exists, but is there data that shows that a 7 through 9, 10 through 12 model is detrimental to our kids in particular ways? If we can get to that, I want to see it. That's my point of view.
Director Moraldo, or President Moraldo.
Yes, so first of all, so I've been waiting a bit here before speaking. First of all, there was not an error on the agenda. After my discussion with Director Gallinger and then my discussion with Superintendent Talyik, I was the one that proposed the 27-28 because I think that this is a huge decision, and whatever that result is going to take some time to actually have it implement. And I think rushing it, having some type of decision by May so that we have a quote unquote year to try to figure out all of the logistics around it, I don't think is sufficient. So I'm already out with a 26-27 evaluation of what that is. The community spoke really clearly saying, let's take a pause. Let's figure out what is the best solution. I do want to say, though, that I mentioned this to the superintendent. I lived through this making a significant change. At the time, it was a significant change to one school, in which there was, of all the results, there was only one that was possible. So what I really want to avoid is rushing, looking at, a closed set of options, and then making it look like we're engaging the community when we know only one is possible. It is not possible for us to have students starting at school. They would have to go from 6 a.m. to 1:30, which is just means you're picking kids up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's already there. It's a full stop. That's not going to happen. So we can go forward and have that as, do you like this option? Do you like this option? It reminds me of asking people, would you like us to end school early, start school later, or not have winter break, second winter break? And you get, the community is a mixed and you don't really get a decision made by them. I don't want to do what we did with Liberty and the 6-period schedule, where in the previous administration, they put together a big group. They came together for like 6 months. And then it was all fixed from the beginning. Like the only answer they could have come up with was the one that was intended. So I don't want to go through a big, huge, long process if we find that there isn't anything more amenable, anything more possible than looking at where do we have room in schools? We have room in elementary. So if we're going to push to do the 26-27 school year, then we already know what our answer is going to be, unless we start looking at building. But if we're going to make any changes to reduce capacity at the high schools by the 26-27 school year, only one of the options that are presented to us is the one that's possible. And none of them are likable, but that's the one that's possible. I just don't know logistically how you can make that happen within a year, because you're talking about figuring out which schools would then go, which sets of 6th graders would go to which elementaries, and then look at boundaries and which elementary schools have full capacity, and then you have IVE that I don't think does. So you can't be sending kids there. So I just, systems wise, I don't know that saying we're going to come up with a solution for the 26-27 school year makes sense to me.
So if that's what the board feels, and that can be a board consensus move, but I think that even if we want to say we have to set some parameters of time frame, otherwise it's not going to get done. So if people don't feel comfortable with May, then throw out a time frame, like throughout December of 2025. But I mean, that takes us 10 months away. And this is important work to get done that I don't believe is going to be 10 months. And I think that we need to have realistic timeframes and expectations so that we know, and so families can start planning for that. And that's why, so I'm not beholden to May, but I do believe that we need to have some timeframes. And the whole point of us talking about criteria is because if it is no going to school, what I'm hearing, like not school does not start before its current start time would be a potential criteria. Like we need to set some broad boundaries. So what's generated by the administration isn't one that we would say, go fish. And that's why this is important for us to have.
So here's my suggestion. Because we February, March, April, May. So here's what I would suggest is that by May, in maybe similar format to the budget, the board's budgetary guidelines, that we commit to by May, we will come up with guidelines for what what are our boundaries around how we can look at reallocating students around the district. To get to that point in May, what I think what would be great is if we set some interim pieces. One is if we flesh out all of the options we've heard and we've assumed into an actual readable document, right? So we've talked about 9th grade campus, is that feasible or not? We've talked about redistricting the other school districts, other ones that we sort of talk about and rule out. We should do a good documentation of which ones aren't even possible to go to a deeper review. And on the ones that still have some level of viability, for those, then we can get into some, what are the key considerations? Like what would have to be true in order to implement them? Start times of the day, transportation considerations, capacity by building at all levels, right? Where are we for across every school? And then I think that would be a fair amount of input to get to by May, which is what are some principles around restructuring that we can talk through and agree to. And then I think to Director Taylor's point, while we're doing that, we can figure out what is the timeline for a successful engagement approach. I think we did a lot of engagement over the past few months. I think very impressed with the improvement in comms. We have an opportunity to do that over a runway to what we think would be a good and successful plan. So we can lay out what is a plan that would include engaging with multiple constituents over time, creating feedback. We did thought exchanges this time. We did town halls this time. We asked for submissions of questions through podcasts. I think we did a lot of creative ones, but I think we could lay out that time frame. And then to your point, I would say, why don't we could set another window of, once we look at what we think a successful engagement plan would look like to get to all the people in all the places, to set an actual decision date post that. I'm willing to say we don't know what a successful engagement timeline is at this point. I would pick 6 months, but that would be completely arbitrary, right? Based on what we know. But we can also ask people that question, right? Who do you want to hear from? How do you want to hear it? What formats are needed? And then create an actual plan. So I would go with a May for any initial principles we have, once we have some data about the options that are on the table that we can go through in detail. And then maybe in May, we look at what would a planning timeline for engagement look like to set a decision timeline.
I just want to make sure that this is something that we understand that there is going to be a decision made, and this isn't just perfunctory going through this exercise for no decision. Like, also for me, one of the criteria is like change has to happen. And I worry that by prolonging this, people will get a sense of we just have to win this war through attrition.
I think I have heard all of us say a change has to happen. I'm not as worried about that, I guess. Or how else can I say that? I support your goal, Director Gallagher. I do think we understand that we're at a place where we likely need to make a change. So, but I do like Director Mulling's staged approach. I think that makes sense. And I also think I would just add on that when we get to a point where we create a plan, that we share that obviously with the public in ways that can be consumed, much like the bond information on a bond website, what have you. So all of that, can be consumed by the public. I would like to ask for the superintendent's opinion as you're sitting here chewing on this, as to what the burden is on your staff and whether this is doable, the timeframes we're throwing out here now, or is it not?
So we're talking about a fundamental overhaul of our entire system. So let's just say that. That is the change in magnitude of change, which is probably pretty unprecedented to do in a very, in any given time frame, right? In general. So I think this will take an enormous amount of lift on all people's parts, right, that are involved in the system. I know that one thing that the board really wants is intentional engagement. So how it gets phased in different phases is one thing, but having a decision about this by a certain time frame by May makes me feel uncomfortable for lots of reasons, because I don't think there's enough time to do that kind of surfacing of the conversation, and it will feel rushed. And we also have to every day run schools and do great things in partnership with our families and our kids and with you all. So for me, this complexity and the order of magnitude change is weighing on me. So speed, I think, is when I feel that sort of in my gut, this complexity and magnitude of order of change is so voluminous. I say, let's just really make sure that we are intentional and being thoughtful. I always like to say to myself, make sleep on it, right? Before you make a final decision on something, especially if it is something in my gut telling me that is going to be very challenging or hard. For comparison, how do you manage a 7th-day period shift, right? That was the most analogous sort of recent example. And that took a year of conversation and engagement. I know that conversation did start earlier. So I want to be clear that it wasn't the conversation kind of happened and there was only a year worth of engagement. And the board had been talking about that for some time, and there was a lot of things. But then even the amount of time when that formally did kick off was a full year. So the magnitude of change for this, I think, outpaces and is greatly outsized compared to a 7th-period day change for a high school schedule. So there's lots of things. So I also am hearing new ideas. So what will also happen during any process is new ideas will be coming forward, right? And I think I hear also a willingness to entertain what those ideas are so that we're not limited to the 3 bad ideas that were on the December board meeting. And I want to honor that. I think many people in our community during the 2 bond election cycles were surfacing actually some of those bad ideas because we haven't been able to be in a space of generating opportunity and insight around what really is going to take us not only to a place where we have improvements on the student experience, but that we're also not using structure, right, to then dampen that in some way. We want to make sure that we pull out what those trade-offs or risks might be. Some things off the, and I know that, just hearing all of our team members that did come and share public comment on Zoom and in the room, that there's a lot out there in terms of where we can generate partnership to just hear what people are saying and also what might inform parameters, right? They might have their own input on that. So based on the various ideas and options, I think we would want to then also have a thorough review and audit of all those implications. So Director Taylor did ask about cost, implications, certification, staffing. All of that does take a significant level of understanding of the ripple effects in a way that our system hasn't had to take that full audit before. So it would take a lot of staff time to be able to figure out, okay, well, if we make this change here, then what's the implication to our serving students with special services in some of the programs that exist? How are we going to square that with our efforts to increase access to learning with peers? How are we going to think about Merlin, science tech, dual language, all of the CTE pathways? What about what happens to Gibson Eck? Because that currently is a 912. Would that be exempt? Would that be part of this? Operations considerations are, you know, how do you run high school classes in a middle school classes in an elementary school? So we have kids in elementary school remaining in one classroom. I taught in middle school where my middle school kids did not rotate classes and teachers did. And there are implications for the experience for both staff as well as students when you are shuffling as a teacher between classrooms to teacher students because of finite space. So there are, you know, that's one example. Operations considerations are certainly around, gosh, how are we going to do the food service requirements? So there are all different legislation ideas come up around having kids sit right after lunch for 20 minutes. And so how does that play into all the different requirements that we do have for food service as well? So there's transportation implications. Do we have the right space properly in a middle school to run high school courses? There's a bunch of different considerations for, as teachers were sharing on public comment around, what does it mean for my certification to be 912, right? But I have to then push into a different model, which is 7-9. It just changes the way our certification matching, and it will adjust our admin ratios. So how do we think about evaluations for our assistant principals and our principals? There's supervision requirements as well when we look at maybe adding sixth grade to an elementary school. So these are just several of the things that are on my mind as it's been accruing right through hearing people, but also as I've been thinking about this very deeply as well. And ultimately, you know, there are questions around what this does to elective activities, to choice. So this is a big change. And I want people that are listening to know that this is just a sample of all the kinds of considerations that we will need to be able to thoughtfully review, surface concerns on, surface trade-offs, and be able to say, at the end of the day, what is best for kids?
And Superintendent Telyuk, I appreciate those comments. I guess where I'm struggling, and I'm fine with the timeline, but I'm struggling with having our district look at the ideas from that slide, because those are specific items that we spoke against in both the November and the February bond measures. We talked about the reason why the freshman campus was not a good option. We talked about why the junior high model was not, the superior direction to go. We talked about why dual scheduling would not work. So I'm struggling with why we would go back and have the district put resources to researching, to pricing that out or researching it when we know that those are inferior options. I think that the community has told us, at least this is my interpretation, that to pause and to come back with new ideas. So I know I keep trying to move us to this portion of the conversation, but that's, I think, where we need to go. I don't think the community is coming back and saying, research these other items. We, during both of those campaigns, said those items are not going to work, and here's why. And so I struggle with asking the district to research things that we have said repeatedly would not be good for students, particularly the junior high model. I really want the district, I want us to think about new ideas, to use existing resources, to use existing funds, and see how we can come up with a solution that's good for students.
So Director Coyne, I agree with your sentiment. However, we have other elected officials, like multiple Sammamish City Council folks, who have said you should do the fix by K6, 7, 9, 10, 12. And as long as that continues to be voiced loudly from their dais, we are being forced into this decision of costing out the implications. And I think the cost that you talked about that I think is the most underestimated is the cost to students. And, I think this board and this administration has really narrowed the focus to the student experience. And there is no question that none of these options are going to elevate the student experience. So, Director Mullins.
I maybe disagree with you, Director Coyne. I think we have discussed why we feel that those models will not be successful. We have not documented the truth of that. in a way that someone can consume that on their own. So, no, I don't necessarily think that will change someone's opinion. I think there are those who just want to use one of those answers because they're available. But I do think there's an opportunity. I'm not saying people have to do dissertations on this stuff, but we should say, hey, there are multiple things that have been considered and are no longer in consideration for the following reasons. So I don't think it has to be, I think obviously the deeper research should go to the most viable options, but I do think we owe a greater outline. Like, for example, I think we verbalized that there's more freshmen now than were on the ninth grade campus, but that's not documented anywhere. That's not written down as like an alternative considered and answered. So I do think, especially in a case like this, because again, I want people to understand we looked at all the options, we took all of the opportunities. That's what I'm going to keep coming back to. And I think we have the opportunity to be a more crisp, when people are like, well, they could go to Bellevue. Well, Bellevue's got full high schools. Those are things that can be better documented.
Okay, I'm gonna pause and go to student voice, so.
Milo has had her hand raised.
Milo?
Hi. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a student rep from Gibson Ag. Hi, I'm Milo. I see some of my old middle school teachers in here, so that's really great. I'm excited that everybody is tuning in to listen. One thing I would say is in that December meeting when you were all, let me make sure that my mic, you can actually hear me. In that December meeting when everybody was going through like the options of either a split, like timing, like starting really early, or just any of those other options, I know at least I was, and after I talked to that meeting, to my friends about it, they were all like, oh, these ideas suck. I know you know that they're not the greatest ideas. But I just want to be here to really urge you guys to look into other ideas. I'm a Gibson X student, so I personally am not on campus for 5 days a week. I'm off campus for 2 at an internship where I get to build wonderful skills. I get to teach Montessori. I was an intern with the district and I was off campus, but I was still doing a lot of learning. And so I think this can really be a good opportunity to look into innovative learning and different ways that you guys can kind of up our learning. And I think if what you say is that you guys are a truly student focused, student experience based, which I know from like talking to each one of you that you really are, that if that is super, super important to you, then you'll want to talk to students, you'll want to talk to teachers, but most importantly, you'll want to try to find a different option, even if it's hard. And I mean, the best things are always the harder option, and they won't come easy, and they might not be easy to implement, but I would like to see some innovation or some new thing. We have a really great innovation team, Capital Projects. We've got all this experience from our Gibson Ag High School, our principal on special assignment, Julia Bamba. There are tons of people you can talk to. But either finding a different way to utilize the space that we have or doing those internships, I don't know. I would like to see us looking at different options and opportunities. So like what Director Coyne and Malik said.
Thank you. Ava?
Yeah, thank you so much. So there's a lot that has been thrown out today, and I just kind of wanted to synthesize it from a bit of a student perspective and offer some new takes as well. So I think, first of all, today and within the past few weeks, especially surrounding putting forward the bond the second time, I've been discussing the potential changes that could be made in terms of easing overcrowding with a lot of students at Issaquah High School. And the overwhelming consensus, and I think this is something that was echoed by Ms. Sarasoli earlier in public comment as well, is that there's the potential for a lot of these options to be more damaging than the overcrowding that we're dealing with right now, at least from a student perspective. If I look at times in terms of changing double shifting. I know that that brings up a lot of transportation and extracurricular issues and things like that. When it comes to shifting where students are in terms of the middle school and high school elementary grades, that for me and the people that I've talked to at least brings up a lot of questions in terms of how can we adjust classwork, or how does that change what our applications look like? How does that change the way our GPAs get calculated when it comes to things that get striked? And I would honestly feel that overcrowding is something that I feel every day, and it's definitely an inconvenience to me, but I don't think that it has hindered my learning to the degree that a change in the opportunities that I get in terms of classes or things like that would be. For percent overcrowding, for shifting the percentage of students from Issaquah and Skyline to Liberty, I honestly saw this as a viable option for a long time. I recently just looked at the statistics on the ISD website in terms of what overcrowding looks like, and I've always heard that Liberty is a smaller school, but Issaquah's overcrowding is 10%, which doesn't feel like a lot, but it is. And Liberty's is 15% in terms of like scaling those. So I don't really see that. And my whole point with this is that trust in the community comes from trust within our schools as well. And I feel that while we are moving quickly, I think there's a lot of action towards incorporating those things. And I, one, really hope that we value our student and teacher opinions and takes on the ground. Two, like Milo and Director Mullings were saying, looking at more creative options, especially expanding our CTE. I think this is a great opportunity. And three, I understand that action must be taken and change has to happen, but I fear that doing so in this way might just be changing something for the sake of saying, okay, we've alleviated this problem without taking into consideration all of the possible drawbacks for students.
I really appreciate what Ava said. I'd also like to say, like, I don't know if what the community is saying is that overcrowding is the most important issue. I would like to say that the only signs that were up were about overcrowding, but that was not the only issue on the bond. So the things that the community is hearing is about overcrowding. Overcrowding is an issue, but it's the only thing we're hearing about. So it's the only thing that people are talking about. I think it's important to go and talk to people. You have a lot of really cool, smart people, educated people in this building who have lots of ideas, and they're really cool. You have a lot of really talented, cool educators who are in your buildings every single day who have a lot of cool ideas. You have a lot of really cool kids who are getting educated in those buildings, and they have a lot of ideas. And this might need to be something that does take time. It doesn't feel good to say, like, we're going to push this out, but maybe this isn't what it was. But as somebody who doesn't know what guys have been talking about, like, when you brought up these three options in the meeting after the bond failed, it did feel like a knee-jerk reaction. It did feel like a fear response. It didn't feel like something that was being approached with cool heads. And that's not comforting to the community. And what is comforting is when you say, these are the ideas that we had. What do you guys think? Are these really bad ideas? And maybe they'll say, yeah. But what other ideas are there? And people have ideas. Everybody has a different perspective. And then taking that and processing that and listening to understand and not speaking to convince. And that's where trust comes from. And there was no trust built by moving at top speed. There was no trust built by that. And I see that in the students that I talk to who were like, wait, there's a bond? What even is this bond? Like, does it matter? Should I listen to the people who are saying no? I know from the adults in my life who I've been talking to and who voted yes the first time at least. And trust doesn't happen when we move quickly. It happens when we take a second to breathe and to listen. And that's my perspective as a student in the district and as somebody who's spent a lot of time in these meetings. So
Yummy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm really impressed by our student reps and my these friends here today. Just adding on to Ava's point about school overcrowding, we've stressed it a lot during these meetings, as well as just our outreach to our community. I mentioned at the last school board meeting that I sent out a survey on within Issaquah High School, just asking if students felt that schools were overcrowded, if our school was overcrowded. I have the numbers here today. My survey got responses from 638 students out of a total of around 2,484, I think. And I have the numbers. So the first question that I asked was, do you think Issaquah High School is overcrowded? 61% said yes. For a clear number, that's 388. 28% said no. That's 181 students or respondents. And then 11% said unsure, and that's 71%. And my next question was, would you be interested in being interviewed about this subject? Majority of students, as you might expect, said no. But I did get 13% that said yes, and that is 84 students. And following this survey, I sent out emails to these students that said that yes, they were interested in being interviewed. And I interviewed a small number of them, I think around 10. And I did get a mix of students who thought Issaquah High School was overcrowded, Issaquah High School was not overcrowded, and a mix of students that when I asked, is Issaquah High School overcrowded? They said, that's a tough question. And I think that just kind of points us in the direction of taking some time to figure out what our students want, what our staff want, because as we've said in previous meetings, our students, a majority of them, even if our school is overcrowded, it doesn't feel like it is because it is what we have always known. And while that is a sad fact, because we could be getting better education, we could be having a better experience in schools, I think a majority of students in our schools today think their schools are pretty great. And we're very appreciative of our teachers and our school staff for managing us and teaching us and doing such a great job handling such large classrooms. But just echoing what Ava said, this is all we've known. And while it is kind of inconvenient to not be able to find a parking space, to bump into people in the halls, it's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. We can manage right now. And when we're talking about building a new school, about new options and redistricting and how to solve overcrowding, we need to look at the effects of what our students are feeling right now. And are students like very unhappy? Because to me, it doesn't look that way. It looks to me like we have some time to take a breath and reach out to our community and find the best possible answer without rushing, to build trust and to do it in the best possible way for our community, our students, and our staff. Because, and what I'm saying right now might be upsetting to some teachers because they're the ones having to teach 30 students in a single classroom and move around classrooms in the halls during passing period with a cart and not have their own rooms, which is tough. But that is what the students are facing right now, and that is what I, as a student representative, believe a majority of our students at Issaquah High School are experiencing. So just on the topic of planning and having ideas on how to address overcrowding, please do take a breath and ask us what's wrong, what's going on in our lives, and what are our thoughts on this issue. And just one small point, do we need change at this moment right now, or can we wait a bit? Thank you.
Question.
I want to start off by saying that all my fellow representatives have kind of read my mind. One thing I do want to strongly you make a point on is that there seems to be really, really strong teacher support, and I know there's even stronger student support. And this is not a change that needs to be made just in this small circle in this community. I feel like obviously we've gone over the three options, which I think we all think are bad. So being open to potentially new options, but even by talking to students or teachers or so on and so forth would be a great idea. As far as May seems for me, at least mentally, I don't think it's like close to enough time to even think about making a change of this like caliber, especially because, as superintendent said, it's a fundamental change in the way the district operates, and that just trying to understand the student perspective, not even going to the district perspective, it's hard for me to understand. Another thing is that a lot of these solutions per se seem to create a lot new problems. I know overcrowding is a big issue, but kind of like my other representative said, it's sad that this has become the norm. But by alleviating overcrowding, we're potentially creating so many more issues, and it's just this big like cycle of like, all right, now we fixed overcrowding, but now we got to fix like the potential classes offered, so on and so forth. One last thing is, I do know Liberty is the least overcrowded, and it is easy to to say to let's shift students to the school, or like let's shift students here, redo boundaries. But it's important to realize that the more Liberty already is, it's pretty packed. I bumped in a couple of people myself today, but adding potentially hundreds more students especially in a smaller premise it's gonna be a challenge. Overall, what I want to say though is that I feel like what I've at least heard from today is that taking like some sweet time with this and really trying to think through what we might potentially do in the future. I don't think it's something that can be made quickly, and really trying to determine like, is this something that we can address now, because it's clear that overcrowding's been an issue for a while, but like we're still here, we're still doing all the great things we are. So I just want to iterate that.
Thank you. So we spent an hour admiring the problem, and this is what I worry about. If we don't actually take steps forward, we'll still be here 6 months, 9 months, 12 months admiring the problem. And the point of tonight is to kickstart a conversation to work towards a solution and a destination. And otherwise, we're just like the state legislature with admiring the problem of school funding, and they can talk about and take days and days of public testimony on how short funded our schools are. But at the end of the day, they don't do anything. And that's not what we want. Because ultimately, if there is something that requires all of our students to be in a building that's catastrophic on campus, I want that to happen. And if that trade-off is kids being in a middle school instead of a high school, I'll choose that over the alternative. And that's what's super important to me. So cost has many implications. Director Mullins? I see you.
Yep. So I'll go back to my proposal. So so I think we need to do some level of investigation of the items at hand. I mean, tonight what I wanted to talk about was, are there something else we should add to the list? On this list, which is reconfiguring existing footprint, I don't have any new items to add to that discussion to be evaluated. But I think we should document the ones that we've sort of talked about and ruled out, and confirm this should be ruled out, and get that into straight order. But I think the ones we've discussed, unless someone else has another option they want put on the table tonight to be investigated, then I think we need to at least just go through those, document them, and then we can come back and evaluate what we want to do about those in particular. I would like to do that in May. So in May, and that's all the ideas we've heard to date, put them down on a piece of paper that are about configuring within the building structure we have. And then in May, I would also like a proposal for what the engagement process is to review those options with the community. And I will even pick a decision date. First opportunity for a decision, and maybe we treat it as we treat all policy, which is as a first read, second read. Maybe that's the way to help not set the expectation that whenever we get to a decision point, it'll be a knee jerk, but we can absolutely do it in a first read, second read, and then final approval in a third conversation. And so I would say we can go with first read, September.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is sourcing choices and elevating them by May to work towards an engagement and then getting towards decision making by fall. Is that what I heard you say?
I did, yeah.
Okay. President Meraldo.
Yeah, I'll just go back to, I think that it's going to be really hard for us to, even if we have a decision by September, to make that happen within that next school year to begin on in 26. I think that whatever changes we're going to be looking at will be radical and system-wide. And I just really hesitate in stating that whatever change needs to be done and in place by the 26-27 school year.
That hear you?
I would second that too. I would struggle. I guess I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. I would struggle with putting a timeline on this right now. And I mean, we can put a motion on the table. I'm not going to vote for it. But I would struggle with the timeline, and I would struggle with asking the district to spend much more time with those options. I know maybe there's more information we can provide, but we were pretty clear, again, through both of these campaigns, why those would not work. And I guess we can spend more time throwing data at it. And I just am not supportive of that. I want us to spend time listening to the community. I'm looking at that election from Tuesday and trying to read what the voters are telling us. I don't think that they're telling us that there's urgency around overcrowding, or that percentage would have been higher than 50%. I think we're not on the right. So we see it, but I think our community, the community that came out and voted, didn't see it that way. And so I think we need to spend more time. And I don't feel comfortable putting a timeline on that. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for us to lean into the community and figure out what it is. I fully still support that we need to figure out some sort of a solution for overcrowding in our high schools. But I'm not comfortable putting a timeline on when we'll put together a potential recommendation. And I definitely don't think I'd be comfortable with the, 2 years, school years out. I mean, this, we need more time. We need to spend more time listening.
Amy?
I just want to echo President Moralto, Director Coyne, and some of the student reps' earlier points. First off, do we need to decide on a deadline at this moment? And I ask this because having a deadline as just an ordinary community member, as just a regular teacher, as a staff member, having a deadline set for deadline during this school year is very stressful. And that kind of stress inspires distrust and fear, as we've seen with previous board action and district action on things like EL12. Those changes and those proposals were made fairly rushed with limited input from our community. And those decisions sparked a lot of outrage and fear and distrust in even our school community. So I would highly, highly, highly encourage us to wait, to listen, and to take things slow. We don't have to stop and take a full physical halt and pause. We can redirect our efforts to communicating and trusting and building trust with our community. And even if we do want to set a deadline in the next few meetings, I would suggest speaking with our teachers and our on-the-ground school staff first, because these decisions will impact them at the foremost. Students will feel the impact too, but it is the teachers and our principals and counselors that will also be feeling that stress most directly, because that is their jobs. So I would highly encourage you, the board, and the district administration to reach out to them and to get their opinion and hear their voice on things before setting a deadline and making plans for changes, if you decide to do any. Thank you.
Dr. Mullings.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get to is forward progress. And so what I'm trying to get to, I hear the suggestions about hearing from people, but we also need to plan to do that. So I'm all for feedback and communication, but we have to make a plan. And I know for other people that may not feel great, but so then what we should say, and I hear what you're saying, Director Quinn, but then please give me I would love to hear an alternative to put together a plan to do the listening you would like to hear. But like to leave it open-ended, we will leave this room and nothing will happen. And people will not have been engaged. So if the stressor is getting to a decision point, okay, what is the proposal for putting together the plan to get to communication so we can direct the district and put motion in place? That's what I'm not comfortable leaving with, is without some forward motion of how and I'll give you the example. When we did our listening sessions, we sat at this dais and we said, okay, we're going to do listening sessions, town halls, podcasts. We made all those decisions. And I'm happy to agree to do all of that again. I hear the feedback that people don't want to get to a decision too quickly. What I need to hear is a proposal of what does it mean to listen and put together a plan to do that.
Can I just quickly respond? I guess I'm saying I would be comfortable leaving tonight without one. And maybe that feels uncomfortable to some folks, but I think what I have learned is maybe, and this was my own mistake in this potentially, maybe we've moved too quickly on some of these things. I mean, I frankly would be okay walking away from this saying, hey, we need to pause. We need to listen to the community and leave it at that tonight. I don't think we have to come up with a timeline. Yes, I agree. I think there needs to be a timeline eventually. This just feels, it's still too raw. Like, why can't we take some time and think about what it is? I don't want us to run out and put another timeline on this. I mean, I think we've done that a lot and it hasn't really worked for us in our favor. So, and I would be okay if the majority of the board wants that. That isn't where I'm at tonight.
Director Taylor, then President Geraldo.
Okay. I think there's middle ground here. I completely agree. I think we need a plan. I think it is time let's run these options to ground. Let's get the information in front of us so we can evaluate it, make a decision. Our gut reaction tells us right now they're not very good decisions, but let's run it to ground, go through the process, come to that point. At the same time, to the superintendent's point, undoubtedly or hopefully new ideas will come up and we'll go through the same process to run those things to ground as well. And for the ultimate time frame, I agree with you, Director Coyne. Maybe now's not the time to say this is for the 28 school year, 29, what have you. But I do agree with Director Mullings. I think we got to move forward. This is what's in front of us now. Let's deal with it. We're going to be moving forward on other fronts too. I mean, we're certainly not done with the discussion around financing for a new high school. That's going to be a whole nother, strategic plan that we're going to have to come up with. So I think we have to keep moving forward on all of them. And this is the path forward as far as I see it.
President Geraldo.
Yeah, so I do want to be clear that I want to make a decision that we start moving forward. I just don't think that having something ready by the 26-27 school year is reachable. Without basically saying we're going to listen to the community, but we're not going to listen to the community. That's my fear. That's what happened in a previous, mind you, I'll go back, practically 13 years. But I don't want the community to feel like we're asking for their input, but we really don't want it. If we really want the community's input, I think it's going to take more time. Much to what the students were saying, I think there's some great ideas out there that might not be things that we've thought of yet. And that having those conversations will weed that out. I just don't see an implementation by 2026 as reasonable.
So that's fine. I understand that. I still fear that by not providing any boundaries to the possibilities, we're wasting community time and staff time. And so one of the non-negotiables is we're not going to have school start before 8 a.m. Like that should be elevated early on. In the same way we have budget development guidelines. I think that's my worry. Like for me, if it doesn't address our overcrowding, it's not a reasonable option. If it's something, other ones that I've heard about the cost, or some people maybe like don't adjust the boundaries, or some people maybe like the boundaries must be adjusted. So I think that's my concern, is by leaving it so wide open, then it's disingenuous about saying like, oh, here, everything's fair game, and then, but it's not. Like, so for instance, if we leave it on the table, like inter-district transfer to another district. So I just want to be careful about it being so wide open. So I would still recommend that we go for a narrowed set of options by sometime this late spring. And I'm fine if the decision making is by December of the start of the next school year, and then for a 27-28 implementation, that part is fine, but nothing about that feels rushed. But to me, by walking out of tonight without some sort of pathway forward seems like, again, to me, like we're not listening, we didn't hear. I think I heard, at least my opinion is, do something different. Director Mullins, and then back to President Beraldo.
Yeah, so here's where I hear the anxiety in this conversation. I hear there's anxiety around the implementation year. We should separate that out in the discussion. There's anxiety about making a decision about what the change will be. I'm actually not talking about either of those. All I'm trying to do is plan for how we will close out on things we've suggested and how we will do an engagement process. And I just want to bring up, we are the hardest people to schedule on earth. I'm being super practical. It's impossible to schedule us. So if we don't actually say, here's what we want to do to hear people, to meet with them and be them and put a plan together to do that, it will literally not happen for the next year. And so all I'm trying to get to is, one is all the suggestions that have been made, let's just write down what they are. And then we still have to have the conversation about the other side of this, which is I think there's still options we haven't talked about yet. But on this one, I'm not trying to rush to an answer. I'm trying to be practical about the use of time, right? If I just look at my travel schedule over the next 3 months, we can narrow that down to me being any conversation to minimal days. So I'm just trying to be practical about, if we're saying we want to engage and listen, then we actually need to have a plan to engage and listen anytime in the next 6 months so that we can do that. I would separate from that the anxiety if I'm not trying to put a finite end date on making the decision. I'm trying to get to, are we taking some practical action between now and then to do the things we're all saying we want to do very practically?
President Beraldo.
I think I would wholeheartedly agree that I want to get that started. When are we going to get things done? For me, though, I'm speaking to the motion. The motion is about the structure of schools will change by this date.
You want to?
So that's why I'm uneasy about it. If we weren't to pass this, we can still say that by, you can tell your board president, hey, by the first meeting in May, we would like to work on guidelines for the restructuring of schools. And I bet that would get on the agenda because I think she's pretty reasonable to that, because I agree of being able to put that forward. I'm just speaking to the motion as
Yes.
it has been.
So would someone, since I made the first one, would someone like to put forward something else?
Do you want to amend it?
I would amend it to be, I move the board adopt and change the structure of schools to take effect in the 27-28 school year.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion and moving us forward, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed. Is it?
Okay.
I haven't done an opposition vote. Is it aye?
You can just say nay.
Nay. Okay. It gives some. We always agree. So
Okay, the amendment passed.
We don't
we're
always
giving some
accept.
interest. At least that's what I've been on.
Oh
board.
no, the 1-2 away is split.
We don't always agree.
Okay, so the amended motion is to move for the board adopt a change in the structure of schools to take effect for the 27-28 school year. And what I heard through consensus is we will have a menu of options by the first meeting in May. And I heard that we will do some deep and wide listening over the course of some fall time period. I do believe if we're going to hit our target, we still must have an answer to the community by the middle of next school year, even to give a year and a half out. So that's why I worry, even if for that, I think that the longer we wait, the harder it is for the system, because I still think a year and a half is not a lot of time for what this potentially could be required.
My assumption is that depending on what the options are, that would then inform the conversation on a timeline for when to make a decision by. This is a big moment because the board has not taken action like this before to make a decision for something so far in advance without hearing the recommendation first. So this is really unprecedented to show your will here. So we have all good intent to be thoughtful and supporting a very intentional engagement process. And I think that it'll be very important for people to show up and to share their ideas and to make sure that they are sharing all of the ways that they can, we can consider what both the trade-offs might be, but also the benefits, because I really want to make sure that whatever happens, that we are centering our teachers and our students and our staff at the core, and that we're not jeopardizing the really good work that we also do know that we have, as a foundation.
Couldn't agree more. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the amended motion? I don't see President Ronaldo on the screen, so can I see her? We're not. No,
That's been tabled.
No, yeah, we're just doing this motion right here. And then we're moving into the dessert conversation, I promise.
Now
We
vote on
approved the amendment, correct?
So you get opposing.
Correct. And now we need to approve the amended
Okay.
motion.
So all those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, so now the second part of this conversation is really, well, all those options sound really unpalatable. At least to me, $160 million seems like a lot of money. And so I think we engage our friends with the city of Issaquah, and we have an upcoming dinner date with them in just a few weeks, actually. So I suspect this will be the topic of conversation of, I think we will, with the permit expiring, we're gonna have to completely start over and do a site revision, but use that as an opportunity to dream, what is it that we can build within our budget? And maybe it is a phasing element where it's built such that the central core, i.e. the cafeteria and all the entrance areas and a classroom wing is built to support, 800 students to address overcrowding. And it could start as a specialty focused high school, whether it's health sciences or technology, but designed in a way that if that's the way we go, another wing could be added that could also be another specialty school, or it could change into a comprehensive high school. My understanding that Skyline opened supposedly as a specialty based school, small, was not intended to have athletics. And for those of you that go to Skyline, it'd be hard to imagine Skyline without athletics. And yet, like, things change. But I think we could ask for the design to include that sort of phasing capacity, because I think that would allow us to reach towards goals of, let's infuse what we believe is best for students, which is choice and career focused learning. It doesn't have to have a stadium. It doesn't have to have auditorium. And hopefully we could negotiate with the city to not have a parking garage for a smaller campus, which would save a lot of funding. So I like the ideas about, however, engaging with a realtor, because again, that's their job, to let's do a site selection. Let's look at there's no harm in that. And I think that that's an important thing to do. Having been part of that discussion for a decade, I will be impressed if they can find anything within the urban growth boundary that would meet the needs of a high school of our size. But there's no harm in doing that look again. There's no harm in engaging with corporate partners and sponsors. And I don't know, maybe building a ninth grade campus is not off the table as sort of a phase one of the project to then work on, but if it's designed and cited in such a way that it could over time, continue to serve students, I don't think it's a bad thing. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to look at, we should be able to do a lot of things for students for $160 million. And if that, yes, we're gonna have to go through permitting and redesign, but since we're having to go through it, I think I would love to sort of, this is the second part of the conversation, which is we have to go through the painful part of should nothing go forward and should we get denied a permit, and because we won't know that for a couple years, given how long, having sat on this part, getting the initial permit took more than 2 years from the time of application. So this is not a short process. So we can't keep kicking the can down the road, in my opinion, because we've done that now and we're on year 9 of that. So, but I think we should be able to really think about and encourage us to think about, we should ask, not just for the redesign part, but to look at it as a stage design and focus on career focused learning, because since we're building new space, this is the time to build it versus retrofitting space at Issaquah or Skyline. We know is going to be expensive, and we don't have the funding for that. So opening up for the dessert conversation.
I respond. I don't know if I have much more to say. I agree with everything you just said. I mean, that's what gets me excited. I mean, I don't know how detailed we want that conversation to be tonight. I mean, I think you covered all of the high level ideas that are consistent with what I've been thinking about. It gives us the opportunity maybe to start smaller and then grow out of that. I mean, a space, maybe it's a ninth grade campus, maybe it's a ninth grade campus with a CTE space. I mean, maybe there's more magnet programs that could potentially be there. I don't know what that could look like, but those are the things that I think are exciting. And that's where I would like to explore further. And I think engaging the community around that, I think engaging the Providence Point community around that, I think we need to have more conversation with them as well. And I'm, definitely willing to do that too. So those are the things those concepts get me excited.
Yeah, I'm not sure a ninth grade campus, because it would have to be so big, it would be almost the size of our high school. So it would be 1,200 students. So I don't think we have the funding for a 1,200 student building.
Well, but if we think differently about that ninth, I don't know. We could think maybe it's not ninth graders all from Skyline and from Issaquah. There could be a different way to think about that. I don't know. Some creative ways that help with overcrowding, but don't take us back in time, still move us forward in a way that helps us to meet our longer term goals as a district. Those are the conversations I want to be having. And again, that's where I struggle though, because those are going to be long, lengthy conversations. I'm not sure, or maybe some of them will move quicker than we think. That's why right now I'm not comfortable with committing to a timeline like I mentioned earlier, but yeah, those are the things that get me excited.
Oh, don't worry, that won't be our timeline. Okay, Dr. Taylor.
Yes, completely agree. My wife actually 2 or 3 weeks ago said something along the lines of, why don't you build a modular high school, meaning some portion of it now, which was got me thinking along these very lines too. So yes, I'm going to say the same thing same conversation we just had, which is I fully support it. Let's come up with the plan. What are the steps in order to do that? It's creative thinking, obviously. So what do we need to do to push this work stream, I guess I would say, forward? Because it is all of those things about, starting to engage with the experts and start to really get some firm ideas as to what that might look like. So yes, I'm just basically yes.
President Meraldo.
Yeah, this is really an exciting piece of, I think I had said in testimony before the city council in Issaquah that the permit was this ticking clock in the back of my head. But now that's set to expire, and I don't know that we're going to have any other means to build the current plan. And that's not a bad thing at this point. So it's like, how can we then rethink the structure of that entire plot of land? Is there a way of being able to parcel it out so that some of that can become revenue for the school district to be able to build what it is we need to build on what's left of that? It allows us to maybe meet the floor area ratio that we always had to get an exception to because we have such a large plot of land and a small sized building on it. So we would be closer to the FAR that the city of Issaquah would like. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. And I think that we have an opportunity to really focus in on our career training that we've talked about. So it might not be, obviously at this point, we don't have the finances to build something at each of the high schools, but if we built a facility that students could come to, and then we'd be drawing them out of their high schools to go and attend a skill center that might have a variety of different things. And we can add the ag tech, we can add the medical and health that we want to look at. We might be able to do aeronautical or construction. So what are the capabilities once we scrap the plan that's currently there, knowing that it's going to take at least 2 years, probably a year to design something, 2 years to get it permitted, and then 2 years to construct it. My biggest concern is going to be the cost of things and just the explosion of costs over the next several years. And I wish that more community members would have understood that during the election. But, the county of LA is going to have to rebuild 7 schools. Portland is trying to build a comprehensive high school. There's other large cities on the West Coast trying to build schools, and they're extremely expensive. So costs of material is going to be astronomically high because it's going to be in short demand for a lot of people going after that. And so those things concern me. But I do think we need to start planning ahead. What can we do with the money that we already have to ease the crowding that we're concerned about?
So one of the things that's amazing is in the first version of the bond and all of the work that's been done over the last year, maybe more, on secondary innovation, is that we have a plan for what we wanted to add on to each school. I think we have large agreement of what programs we would run, what the structure of that would look at. I think what would be different and what I'd like to explore is putting that all under one roof and putting it sited at that property. I personally, just to get super specific, would love to see it sited where the elementary was and preserve the entire rest of it for a comprehensive high school in the future. I say that all because just to make sure people know exactly what I want to see in the plan when we get it. But I think we actually are quite close to that design today. Of all of the components we said we would want to build at each of the existing comprehensive high schools. And that is an offering that I think will stand the test of time and be complementary to a comprehensive high school in the future. I think preserving that entire property is a great value and future revenue source for the district. So if in the future we decided to segment off what remains after that career center and sell some for develop real estate, again, I don't want to sell any of the property. I actually want to be the developer. I have no interest in selling a parcel. I think working along with the city of Issaquah and their needs to grow housing is another way we serve the entire community if we get there. But that is what I would like to see is if we were to pull together the plans we have for each high school to grow on their career center. And I think corporate partnerships are great in each of those cases to help us outfit that. If you add that in plus the money we have, I think we have a lovely high functioning career development center that will also help alleviate overcrowding by having 11th and 12th graders as already designed take advantage of those programs. So I think that is a way we can satisfy all of the same needs. while preserving the rest of that property for what may be a future growth of a full comprehensive high school.
So sounds like we're hearing board consensus for moving forward with the redesign. We don't have board consensus on what that redesign would look like, other than to serve students and focus on careers. I think that's the consensus. Redesign, serve students, focused on careers. Which parts of the property and how it would look like different. Just a titch. Okay. Thank you. This might be the time to bring back an item, but looks like President Ronaldo has
I just wanted to add that one of my criteria is that, now I've lost it, but that, in the time, if I think of it, I'll let you know. I'm sorry, I'm sick.
totally fair.
Oh, I know what it is. That whatever we do, that we start to do something more immediately on that property. I think that's the other criteria.
Oh, yeah. I think we're all on board there. At least I am. Do I have to do something to untable it?
That's a President Ronaldo question. Coming back to the previous agenda item.
I think yes, so we would want to untable the motion, the previous motion.
I think you just bring back the tabled motion.
I'd like to bring back the tabled motion on resolution 1237.
Second.
Discussion on bringing back that motion. See no discussion. All those in favors of bringing back that motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Okay. So the motion before us is to reiterate.
You want me to reread it? Or are you going to do it?
Move that the board adopt resolution 1237, repealing resolution 1235 that called for a special election in April 2025 for capital projects levies. Is there further discussion, and did we address whatever you were wanting to discuss in sequencing prior to voting on this?
I think we're close. So I think what I wanted to understand before voting on this one is, one, what would be our approach for, I wanted to make sure we weren't tabling it and not having some sort of tangible action we would take to engage the community to move forward in some way. So I think we've addressed that and saying we will, in our previous conversation, that we'll look at the alternatives that were on the table. We will detail out information about them so that's more clear. And then we'll go into a formal listening process. So I think that's good. I think second, what I wanted to make sure that we got to a discussion of is the last one we had, which is we have a lot of money and we have property to develop, and I would like to move forward with that. And if we are largely in agreement, which I believe that last conversation indicated, then I am fine with pulling this off, knowing that we can move forward with the dollars in hand and the property we have. I would like to hear more discussion if folks agree with the way I just summed up the last conversation before that vote.
I'll just say I agree. I'm not sure I have anything else to say.
Yeah.
I fully agree with that.
Me too.
Is that why we paused this one? I'm just.
No, I just wanted to have it first, and you guys always do the agenda in an order I don't like, so I wanted to talk about that one first.
This got dropped in my lap just for the record.
Could I add one additional thing? We were having the conversation, and I just for my board colleagues. So Snow Isle Tech Center. So I graduated from the Everett Public Schools, and I remember during my time there is a CTE center there. It's actually, I believe now it's within the Mukilteo School District, but I would love us to check that out. I remember when I was in school that there was interest in it. It was quite popular, and looking at it now, it's quite comprehensive in terms of the different offerings. And so that model, again, it's out there, and I think we can explore it.
Yes, if you haven't visited like Washington Tech, where most of the WANIC programs are, I encourage you guys to do that. If you haven't gone to the Skill Center and Highline School District, we've hosted meeting there intentionally so you could see it. So I'd encourage you to do that as well. So there are lots of skill centers across the state. I would be hesitant to build it as a designated skill center because those are even less funded from a capital standpoint than what we are building locally. So, but the intent, I think, about serving kids through career focused learning
Exactly. It doesn't have to
is
be
the same.
exactly, but that concept. And for folks maybe that are listening and we're having the conversation, those might be things to look at. We want the 100+ people potentially, or maybe, I don't know, hopefully they're still on Zoom with us. If they stick with us, it's long, it's late. But those are the people I want everybody in the community to check these things out and let us know what you think. We want to hear from you. We listen to the feedback. It's important.
Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion in front of us, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Next item on our agenda is high school graduation requirements for the class of 2029, which is for our newest board members. This is probably the most hotly contested board votes historically. In the whole time that I've been here, there's yes, maybe there's rarely consensus.
Is that a challenge?
It's late. There might be consensus.
All right, well, we have Sherry Cox here to talk about the high school graduation requirements, and so we are going to move forward. We'll talk about what is different, but also specifically consider a lot of the work on online learning, and so that's an important thing to lift up during this conversation. So with that, I pass it over to Sherry Cox.
Great. Good evening. I guess it's still evening. I'm Sherry Cox, Executive Director of Secondary Education, and I'm here to just run very quickly through the high school graduation requirements for the class of 2029. And these are identical to the state of Washington graduation requirements. So the purpose is to get the board approval, and then I do want to give a few online learning updates to the board about some work that's currently happening and then some work that is in the planning. I don't have a clicker, Stephen. So as before, we have 4 things in the state of Washington that our students must do to graduate, and that is earn 24 credits, complete the high school and beyond plan, complete a pathway, as well as complete the Washington State history. And for the most part, the Washington State history is completed in our middle schools. These are the credit requirements. They are in perfect alignment for the most part with the state of Washington. Just calling out a couple of things that our strategic plan has guided us to do, and that is provide a aligned course guide that will be launched for the first time to all 3 of our comprehensive high schools. Will have a very similar looking course guide. There will be some differences because a school with 1,500 kids versus a school with 2,500 kids cannot offer the same level of courses. But for the most part, course alignment, thanks to Julia Bamba and that team, is well underway and will launch in our new course request process. And just a reminder that that 3rd year of math and science is based on student interest in their high school and beyond plan. The high school and beyond plan, again, this is part of our strategic plan work that Director Neighbors has been working on. And so the addition now is that it starts in 6th grade. Last year when I stood in this very spot, it was for 7th grade through 12th grade. And now it has pushed down into 6th grade with lessons being presented throughout grades 6 through 12. I did want to also call out that by the spring of 2027, we will have to transition to a new platform called School Links, and that is a decision that was made by the state of Washington to align all schools. Currently, we use Zello. In the next slide, graduation pathways. The only, and it's not a change, last year it was a brand new pathway, but it is fully developed now, this combination, or I'm sorry, the performance-based pathway where students essentially present a portfolio that is showing their math as well as their ELA competencies, and that is graded by our staff at the high schools. And then our Gibson X students, this is their graduation requirements. They have a very different life than our comprehensive students do as far as how they earn the graduation requirements, and they are outlined here. And I just want to pause there because that is the part that you are approving tonight is just the graduation requirements. And so I want to just pause and acknowledge that. And then the next part of this is just to talk a little bit about some of the work that has been ongoing that is happening with our online learning program. As you maybe know, but this program is growing exponentially. Last fall, we had 306 courses taken, and this fall we had, 306, and this fall we have 453 completed courses. Our spring of 2024 enrollment was 441 courses. This spring, we have 525 courses. So every single semester, summer last year was much higher than summer the year before. So it's working for some kids who need this type of a learning environment. And so, and the evidence is not just in the number of courses, but we actually had a 95.6% pass rate of all of our online programming. We did this year launch something new, and we're calling it our re-engagement project, where our students who have not been attending schools and are very far along in the court process, BECA petitions, we have created our own programming for them with the help of Stephanie Grayson and Stacy Cho to re-engage these students and families. And this past semester, fall semester, we had 11 students in this program. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 11 kids that we recaptured, that they were no longer on our books except in the court system. And some huge success. 7 of these 11 kids passed the 2 or 3 courses that they signed up for. They earned high school credits, which some of them have almost no high school course credits. 2 of them have decided to move on to Renton Tech to earn their GED as well as start working on a post-high school plan. And all 11 of the students passed at least one of the courses. So small number of students, but big lift. And that was done in partnership with the PTSA and with ISF. This group of students has access to as many of the things as possible that our students in the comprehensive high schools have. There's food being donated, there's clothing, there's monthly celebrations with families. It's really heartwarming to actually see the work that's happening. And these students actually report to this building. Some of them have decided to come multiple times for up to 3 hours a day on their own. I mean, we are providing transportation for students who need it, but we're not requiring that much of their time here. They just have found success, and it's really because of the great staff that are working one-on-one with these students. And I believe this has been highlighted for you, but a goal is that by fall of 2026, that we would, in the ISD, have our own online learning school with its own entity. We are currently losing over 300 students to choice transfers and other online programming, as well as home-based learning. And I'm super hopeful through the work that Stephanie is leading that we can bring up to 200 students in grades 9 through 12 back into our system. And one of the things that I think makes our online learning system better than all of the rest is that the students actually have connections with mentors and certificated teachers. And if they start to slip, we call them in here to this building, and they meet with their mentors or they meet with the certificated teachers to provide support. The other thing that we do a little differently is that if they're doing the course to earn a grade, we bring them into this building for the testing so that there's some rigor and high expectations for the students taking our online classes, which I would not say about some of the other online programs across the state. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I'll start. First of all, for the online learning, do you know, is there plans to expand offerings such as health? So my 8th grader takes health online because that's how she can fit it in for middle school. My high schooler still hasn't fit it into her schedule, and it's not offered online currently. So I was a bit surprised by that. And I guess I would then want to know, as a, like, at our level, like, what other sort of graduation requirements are not offered online, or which ones are offered online? That would be helpful for us to have a sense.
It's a great question. I don't know the level of detail of our course catalog for the Apex is the server we use, but it's certainly something that I can look into and see if it's something that they don't offer or that we're not choosing to access.
Perfect. And this, when we get that answer, if we would also know there's out of our graduation requirements, like which ones are offered online or not, would be a helpful thing just to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dr. Coyne?
Just a quick question on the online learning environments. My wife actually currently teaches in an online environment here in the state of Washington. And I know she's been keenly aware of several districts that have gone this route to create their own online environment, and they haven't worked. And that the success rate hasn't been great. Are we, I guess, what would set us apart? Because I like it. I love the idea, and I think that it adds some structure, and I think you could attract more students to it. But are we certain that it's different from what other districts have done that have not worked?
I want to ask a question. Is it that it's not been successful because the students haven't found success, or that the program has just collapsed?
It's just collapsed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great question. And one of the things that Stephanie Grayson is working on now is the research about what is out there, what is working, what isn't working. I feel that I can say with some confidence, just based purely on the number of students that continue to access the courses that we do have available, I believe that we can find success with it. And because I would love for it to eventually become a 6-12 school, but starting with 9-12 to see, like, test it, because you know, I don't want to go big and then have it fall down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, I would just like to understand maybe what hasn't worked with those other programs. I think there's been interest in districts doing more of this post-pandemic, and it just sounds great, but then it doesn't have longevity with it.
Yeah.
So I love the idea. I just would want to understand how does ours look different from those that have not been successful? So
thank you.
Yeah.
She's going to a conference next week, so she may very well learn more about that.
Great. Perfect.
Other questions? Director Mullins?
Sure. So if we can go back, I guess, to the first part on the graduation pathways. Couple questions. So one of the things that's always stood out to me about the graduation pathways is that they don't clearly state, and maybe that's what the new tool does, the new school links. When someone picks a college pathway, it doesn't clearly state what is the additional requirements, like, of the Washington State college acceptance minimums. And And so just having gone through this process with a high schooler, I understand that schools all around the country have lots of different requirements, but Washington does have minimum requirements. So does that become apparent to the student in school links if they choose a college pathway? Like, for example, 3 years of language arts, as an example, would show up on the college pathway.
The Class Links will not, or at least at this time, does not give that information to students. Now, you asked us that very question last year about to put it on our website, and guess what we did? We put it on our website. So
I know.
students in our district have access to that,
Okay.
that information.
It's just such it's a small thing, but it's like if there's a difference and we can alert people to that as they're making their plan, I think that's really important. And then school links, 2027. So we're still Zello. So Zello, you said we're going to start with 6th grade now. So like,
No.
is that this current school year, next school year, or with school
Our
links?
current 6th graders, no, everybody in our system right now is using Zello.
Yes.
And by 2027, the entire system has to switch over to School Links.
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you made a point about.
But our 6th graders are now currently doing Zello lessons.
Okay, so this year, our 6th graders are already in
Correct.
Zello. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was. I just want to make sure that
Yes.
was this year, or was that coming later? And then my last one is, this is where I miss Suzanne. There was previously a difference between our graduation requirements and the state's grad requirements, and that was around social studies, I believed, and the civics point. So are we losing that 0.5 additional that we had previously in social studies?
This was going to be my question,
Oh,
so
sorry.
I'll ask it differently. If you go to the slide 4. So I think that the challenge is when we aligned the credits to match the state, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is civics is a move to a senior level class for all of our high schools because it was offered in different configurations prior, but the world history requirement is a semester, yet they get a full year of it in their freshman year and don't get a choice. And so, I mean, don't get a choice in that. I mean, I guess you could, in theory, separate it, but at Skyline, it's all blocked together. So they're getting 3.5 at a minimum just by virtue of truly how the schedule works.
Right.
And I think we still haven't cracked that nut. And I think that was a question I had, is like, it says that our requirements are 3, but
they're really 3.5.
Structurally, by how students have to schedule themselves, at least at Skyline, it's 3.5. And I don't know if what I just said makes sense.
No, what you said made sense, but I don't, 9th grade world studies, it will be next year, is a 1 year of a 9th grade course. And then the US history is a 1 year course. I'm looking for a head, yes. And then there's 2 semester courses, so that's 3 credits total. Whereas before, our 10th graders also took a full year of world history. Was it world's?
It had to be US.
No, 11th grade is US. So yeah, but that's my question though, but at schools like Skyline where it's blocked together, there's not a choice for them to take just a semester in their 10th grade and then something else. So fundamentally it's 3.5.
Yes, there is a choice though next year. Well, Skyline is now offering blocked or unblocked options for both students who choose the honors track as well as the non-honors track.
So is the difference then from the last time we reviewed this, that the third line where it says semester, contemporary world history, geography, and problems, that used to be a full year? Is that the practical change?
I'm going to have to tag a friend.
Yes, I'm good with that.
It is also officially 15 minutes past my bedtime. So friend, help me out.
So The Skyline next year will start offering a 1 semester option that sophomore year to take just the contemporary world problems course, which we will be calling global studies. It's getting late. No, global studies. And so, yes, that will give an option for all students to be able to fulfill just the 3 credits if that's all they want to do. Yeah, and in the prior it was linked as a full year course, and that is changing.
So, so for students who graduate before, this is 2029, before 2029, they will still have 3.5. Am I hearing that correctly? Yes, right?
I
They
would-
still have
I
3.5.
think so. I'm looking actually to our experts, but I believe that is the case that they would have the 3.5. Almost all of our kids take an elective in this social studies realm as well. So would have to go back and pull the data to confirm that for sure.
I guess maybe the question I'm asking is, how do I ask this question? In a world, so in the same building now, next year, we will have freshmen that will go be under this 3 credit requirement in the building and have an option in their sophomore year. Did you say sophomore year is when the new global thing
Yes.
happened, the global studies happens? But the sophomores will also be in the school. So when they take, do they still have to take a full year to meet their 3.5, or can
No.
they take the half?
No, next year, sophomores will be offered this is my understanding of the work we've done with the course guide, is that they will offer a 1 semester option to just do the global studies, which means the state required course of contemporary world issues. And they will not have to take a companion course with it. So if they just next year sophomores, class of 2028,
Yeah.
will have the option to just take global studies their sophomore year if they wish.
And I just don't have it open, but 2028's grad requirements in this category says 3 or 3.5?
3 credits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they were linked in such a way that it was.
No, I get that.
by
I just
default.
want to make sure that they don't get caught out with still having a 3.5 requirement, but take the half. So as long as, like my kid would be 2028. I have to go back and look at his graduation requirements. He will have a 3 in his, and then the option to take the half. Okay, I just want to make sure we don't get in a position where they're still required to get to 3.5, but now they've taken the 3 credit route, and it's like, oh, I'm a senior and I've got this extra half credit. Okay, that was my question.
Thank you for the work you're doing to align across all of our high schools. I think that's the fundamental work of EL 12 and what we're looking for with that alignment. So students have the same opportunity across campuses. I think that this breaking up of block and being able to have just semester credits gives the board more space to talk about what finance course requirement would be for a semester long class, because before we just didn't in reality have that capacity in the schedule. So I think that part is exciting because I think we would do our students a better service by having them have a finance course before graduation.
And I absolutely agree with that. And I think too, just the idea of more space in the schedule, which is that, the unblocking. And I know we've talked about this before, and I want to make sure for our community too, like that's a plus for our students to give those, it offers more options. So I'm excited about that.
Superintendent.
I will say, so moving forward, we won't have this 3.5 discussion again, because I think we have, completed the course of that conversation and discrepancy. So, and I appreciate your leadership, Sherry Cox, and I also know many others, but I also want to acknowledge that Stephanie Grayson has been doing a phenomenal job with our online learning, and it's a really important opportunity to think about our enrollment and also the ways in which students maybe best perform, right, in terms of learning and academics. So thank you.
Director Mullings? And then President Moraldo, do you have any comments first? Just because we can't see you, so if you were raising your hand, I would be apologizing.
No, I'm fine. I'm thankful for the clarifications.
So I just want to make sure on Gibson Neck. Because again, I just don't have up the old one. This is unchanged? Or did you point out anything in this that there was a difference?
I have notes from last year that are slightly different, but I believe that I don't know if it was an error the previous years, but the 36 competencies is the actual number of competencies that our students need as well. And then the 32 writing submissions used to be 36. And it's not that it's just that their kids are building on it's like a revisionary process. So they're still doing the same amount of writing. It's just that they're building on the submissions to make them even stronger. The learning plans, they do one big one per year and then they revise it 4 times to just, again, really enhance it. And they have increased the number of exhibitions per year up to 4.
Sorry, so 4 exhibitions per year is up from the previous?
It used to be 3.
And so why did we increase it?
Go ahead, Hava. Let's have the expert answer.
We were in trimesters and we switched to quarters for ease of college applications. So now we still actually have the same 3 exhibitions that we did last time, but we've added a personal vision exhibition at the beginning of the year. So this is the first year we've done that.
Awesome. Can I just log a piece of information for that May conversation that has nothing to do with this? I just want to log, which is, I would like in that conversation to see demand for Gibson Neck. I think we throw out quite a bit. Shouldn't we do another one? I'm not sure I see demand for that model in the system, at least in our conversation. So I would like to log that as a piece of information. Thank you.
Yes, year over year, generally everyone on the wait list gets offered a spot. Generally.
Thank you.
And I think that's a good point too, when we think about alleviating overcrowding and that being an option. I think it's a good question. So thanks for bringing it up.
Okay. Did we lead off with a motion on this one? That'd be my mistake. So
Hold on.
I
Also,
apologize for that.
Mike?
So I will now take a motion. I'm sorry.
I move the board adopt the graduation requirements for the class of 2029 at Gibson Eck, Issaquah, Liberty, and Skyline High Schools, and Echo Glen as presented.
Second.
Is there any comment in the room or on Zoom for this agenda item? Okay. Any more board discussion or student input? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There you go. And as Director Taylor predicted, there was consensus on that, which is an odd one. So next item is a lengthy one. So I would like to propose that we take a 5-minute break and we will resume at actually 8-minute break, 9:35. Okay. So we are resuming after this for this really exciting part. So we are all here tonight for this report. This is about the academic excellence that is manifest across our district from pre-K through grade 12. And we are excited that this gets to be showcased. So I will start with a motion.
I move the board accept the monitoring report results to academics and foundations as presented.
Second.
Superintendent.
Great. Well, this is one of my favorite results because it does give us a moment to pause and reflect and really lift up all the amazing work that does happen in our system and give us good dialogue and conversation around whether or not we are on making reasonable progress towards achieving very ambitious and lofty goals, which is what I would expect for the Issaquah School District. But I think we're going to start off with our students first to share their report and input for you all. So I can invite you to come up to the podium. And following that, we'll have Dr. Bailey and Rich Mellish join us.
Hello, we're the remaining student reps to the school board. And we're here to present our report. We collected qualitative data via one-on-one or advisory interviews on this topic. A few of the questions, it was very brief. The first one was, how have your classes helped to prepare you for your post-high school path, higher education, or specialized career training? And are there any other programs that you feel have helped to prepare you? How has what you've learned prepared you to interact with your and contribute to your community? And for Gibson Neck, how has the Gibson Neck model helped to prepare you to contribute to your community? How have your classes, or in Gibson Neck's case, the design thinking method, helped you to learn how to creatively solve problems? And what do you think is missing from the courses and programs at your school? What would have helped you to feel more prepared? We all used these questions and we're able to gather insights specific to our schools. So for Gibson Neck, we had a lot of great feedback, and one key insight that I'd like to highlight is that a lot of students feel like the model helps students to think more about what impact is and what problems need to be solved. Our model helps push us to contribute to our community and get involved through our interests and through our education.
From Liberty, we did this a little bit differently, but we conducted like focus groups and like extensive one-on-ones. And so a lot of the conversation with students from Liberty were that there was like, they felt overall pretty well supported at their high schools, but there were concerns with transitioning either from middle to high school or grade level to grade level. A lot of students mentioned that they understood the graduation requirements, but found difficulties navigating the course guide or just understanding and what classes bring what credits, so on and so forth. Additionally, a lot of students felt the current course offering was sufficient, but wanted more art elective credits and more language like Mandarin Chinese classes as well. And one big thing that was prominent throughout all was students wanted more career preparing classes like the expansion of Future Ready and like financial classes that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so I'm Ava. I'm going to be talking about Issaquah a little bit. In terms of how we conducted interviews at Issaquah, they were, again, more similar to the Skyline model in that they were one-on-one and a little bit more extensive. Overall, we had really positive feedback, especially in regards to the clubs at IHS. Students felt like that really helped them connect with specific groups who shared their interests and also explore those interests more deeply. When it comes to specific feedback, though, students felt like they needed more hands-on opportunities within their classes rather than more worksheets and lectures. But even within that, there were mixed opinions about whether or not group projects and discussions were the place to build those skills, or if those skills should be afforded more outside of the classroom time. So not a very direct consensus on that, but there's just definitely differing opinion.
And none of our Skyline students are here, but I think it's important to have their insights on record. So I'm going to present them from a document with their insights. So this is just a few of them. But students found that IB and rigorous courses help with time management and want more creative freedom in assignments. CTE opportunities exist, but humanities classes feel unequal in quality. And some of the coursework in their classes are repetitive, and many feel assignments don't enhance understanding, and some classes focus more on delivering content rather than actively teaching. And this can make heavy coursework difficult for students to engage in community activities and or maintain free time outside of school. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Well, I'd like to welcome up Dr. Bailey and Rich Mellish to prepare an overview, share more of an overview here. But I just want to reiterate that there's so many bright spots that we have in our district as it relates to how our students are doing academically. And we also have organized, a lot of our ends reports, our results reports now with what we're acknowledging our areas where we can also continue to make further progress. And I will share that we are constantly seeking to increase a more positive, productive experience for all of our students. And so we look at all the data very deeply and look at where we're not making progress as well. So this is where we are able to surface some of the opportunities that exist as a result of where we see we can continue to further enhance our work. And again, really proud of all of our students and our staff who do amazing things every single day. And that is the joy of teaching and learning as well. So I will pass it over to Dr. Bailey and Rich Mellish.
Thank you, school board and students, before you dash out the door and get safely home, and our superintendent for the opportunity to share and invite feedback on our progress towards a goal of results 2, that upon graduation, students will be academically prepared and confident to pursue higher education and specialized career training. The team and I incorporated the previous feedback of wanting to see more summative results or pinnacle data, regional district comparisons, and as often as possible to compare our results against the state average. Internally, we will continue to triangulate data, watch progress throughout the year, and scrutinize information about students whom we know aren't yet succeeding in our system. We will persist in adding tools to the adult toolkit, being responsive to feedback from the students, and work to build a system where everyone experiences a warm and welcoming environment to learn. This report is organized with key indicator data, celebrations and highlights, and challenges or areas of this work we know aren't yet meeting the needs of each and every student. Getting to strong graduation results at the end of our 13 years starts at the very beginning or in the entrance to our school system. Honoring the work of every team in every school at each grade level and in each subject, including when students don't love the classes they're required to take, as the students just shared. They don't always love taking the classes they're required to take. We totally get it, and we're cheering them on. At the preschool and early learning years, our celebrations include expanded opportunities for our youngest learners, including full-day ECAP, inclusive transition kindergarten, and the ever-expansion inclusive practices in kindergarten. Primary grades invested in foundational literacy helps illuminate the reading struggles early, so that primary grades, first, second, third, teams can quickly support students and respond to their needs. Everyone in the primary grades is working towards that third grade on-time reading goal, and our achievements here are that nearly 3/4 of our students meet this goal, and 41% of elementary students are achieving high growth, which is important to us because it's more than a year's growth in a year's time. Although the percent of students in foundational and high-risk areas of achievement is static or flat, the percentage of students in this measure stayed the same while the district experienced high growth in students receiving low-income supports, growing from just under 10% to almost 15% in 1 year, and the percentage of students served in special education grew by 1% each year for 3 years. Challenge in this area persist, and in that our students served in special services and students from the BIPOC focus group continue to have disproportionate outcomes on this measure. The use of additional instruction time during success blocks and the new tools from the newly adopted literacy program support closing this gap. Math achievement is high on everyone's radar and should be, as our state has seen significant drops in math achievement. SBA achievement shows that our district is commensurate with our regional peers, and the new middle school math path allows for students to strive for acceleration with a safety net built right in, so that students and caregivers can see how their desired math end goal can be built upon in the years that started. A challenge in the math pathway is the participation and achievement for students in the students served in special services, and the BIPOC focus group is disproportionate. And another challenge is the stacking and cumulative nature of mathematics. And the teachers and teams are still finding unfinished learning from COVID or early post-COVID time. And they need to make sure that those missing math foundations don't go unnoticed. High graduation rates continue, and simply put, we're crushing it in both achievement and persistence to graduation. High schools offer a wide range of options for students who need to recover credits from initial struggles, and success in ninth grade is a strong indicator of success at graduation. And the disproportionality at ninth grade success is actually wider than the disproportionality at graduation, which shows that the high school teams are working diligently to support students to get across that finish line. The high school and beyond process, which you heard a little bit about earlier, has a role in helping students explore choice and define a personal path. This is both a promising indicator and a place where more work can be done, leveraging the full impact of planning throughout the middle school and high school years so that students can focus their time, their energy, and their talents on their own personal goals. While most of our graduates report that their plan is to seek a four-year degree, and most achieve this goal in 4 years, not all popcorn pops at the same time, and we strive to create a system where each of these paths and personal timeline is valued and celebrated. We'll present more on tenacity and resilience in a future result. And because we know that getting to the graduation is one mark, but being successful in the next step after is another, and to be truly prepared and eager to accept, we need to be watching both of those measures. We are also keenly aware that if you present right before a lunch break in a conference, that's not the desired spot. And if you present right before going home, that's also not maybe the desired spot. But we are here to answer your questions, and we welcome the feedback.
Great. Thank you for that introduction. Stephen, can you make sure that you can put this up now that Dr. Bailey's done? So wanted to open up for board reflections. For the community, we've had 2 work studies before our 2 previous board meetings about this agenda item, and had an opportunity to go really deep on different parts of it. And we've appreciated our superintendent and her team to be available, and enjoyed that rich dialogue we had together. So there may be less visible dialogue here, not because we don't care about this most important one, it's because we spend so much time on this one. Director Mullings.
Yeah. Just building on that comment, I think it's great to see some of the items we talked about being reflected differently or additionally in this are very good. So for example, having the peer comparisons of districts, as well as having the statewide comparisons. I think those are just very helpful to have it all in one place and get a sense of how are we doing against those peer groups. I think that some of the breakdowns that are in here as you go through different sections on the specific gaps by population are helpful. I think maybe in the past we've had those a little more munged together. And so I think looking at, if that's a word, we've had them grouped together, but I think looking at them separately, like where are there gaps in different areas that are affecting different parts of our population, to me seems like the more successful way to actually make progress. So I really appreciate having them in that, having the data displayed in that way. I think what jumped out at me, I'd say the thing that I was really kind of floored by was looking at, I mean, obviously we have high graduation rates. We have a significant amount of our population that goes on to some 2 or 4 year institution for college. But I was actually really surprised by the percentage of those students who are graduating college within 4 years. Like those are stellar numbers.
Crushing it.
Correct. And so for me, that's just an amazing indication of preparedness by the time students leave us. It's not just that they got finished, but that level of success in 4 years. And just, again, having gone through a college search last year, the graduation rate from college is all up is in the 30s, 40s, if you look at the national averages. So to see that we have our students who choose to go to college, finish in 4 years in the 60s and 70 ranges it was just really a stellar attribute that I don't know that maybe I haven't seen the data in that way or absorbed it in that way. So that's the one that jumped off the page at me.
That's actually a new data tool, the National Student Clearinghouse that Superintendent Taryuk invited us to explore, which does two things. It gives us much more descriptive data, but also gives it to us quicker. So that's last year's graduates and then 4 years ago. So we're excited to see it as well.
Yeah, I think it shows that our focus remains on the right things. Contrary, I think we just spent a couple of painful hours earlier in the meeting, but that is a very small part about what we do. And this is what the bulk of what we focus on is how are our students doing and what supports do we need to provide to make sure that they can reach these high levels of achievement. And I think that shows that those things are happening.
Yeah.
Judge Coyne.
It's funny. Director Mullings, you went exactly to where I was on page 9. Fixed it. That's where I'm at with a senior right now. And I went to my school, to Skyline. And to see that with 76% of the graduates from 2018, not only did they graduate with a degree in 4 years, like that is extremely impressive. I think it's also interesting too, because I think in our district, sometimes there's this misnomer that a lot of kids go out of state for school, which is great, but there's a lot that stay in state and there's a good concentration. So it's just interesting to see the data. Again, having a senior at Skyline, and I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. People think, hey, out of state, that's where everybody goes if they go to a 4-year university, and that's not necessarily the case. Most are actually staying in state. So yeah, we have a lot to celebrate for sure.
Dr. Taylor?
A few comments given the hour, but yeah, I think just for the public, the results here in many areas are just so encouraging, and that I hope people in our community realize this, how above state levels across the board we really are. And I think we have a tendency here in the school board to dive into the problems and the issues, and sometimes we don't take enough time to really celebrate how well the district is doing. So, I'll use the word of the night, which is pause. Let's take a pause and celebrate those results. The other thing I just mentioned, this is something that I was very fond of, is the companion dashboard that goes along with the results and the data, and how we can now kind of sort and visualize the data. I just really, really love and appreciate. And the fact that dashboard also has district comparisons now built into it. Really, really helpful. But and then the last thing I will say is I also did appreciate what I felt was real candor in the report, is to say, hey, there are areas, there's work to be done. And I thought that this report did a good job of recognizing that and offering what we hope are the solutions moving forward. So that's all.
President Geraldo, since I can't see if you are ready to provide any comments, wanted to offer this moment.
Yeah, I really appreciated the thoroughness in the report, the way the data was shown to us. I'm just a little curious about some of the consistencies between sharing whether or not what percentage of students got B minuses and above, C minuses and above, and then one where there's a table of all the different ones. So I think just maybe some consistency around that would be great. But I think the data reflects some really good work that's going on. I think that this is the first time where I really feel like I can find how you're using the multi-tiered systems of support within the document, and to be able to say, okay, that's where that comes in. That's a tiered support that's going to happen with students, and we're seeing results. And I think that is really important as we continue to talk about how we're serving students with universal design for learning and multi-tiered systems of support, how those are working together. So I did appreciate that within there. And then I appreciated the fact that there was identification of here are the challenges we still have and actions that we're taking. And I think that is an important way, and I appreciate the structure of the report to be able to share that.
I agree. I mean, this report has come so far from when I first started, and there was these things like 7th grade social studies common assessment. I'm like, why do I care about that? So my question is now that you have middle school grades in here, which I think is really cool. It's the first time I've seen this. And then you've highlight how in 9th grade, and so I'm on page 5, people are wondering, in 9th grade, that core courses of world history and biology are among the most failed courses in 9th grade. Has this data, and now seeing the middle school where you see like, gosh, the students who are below a B minus, because you've sort of planted the flag, like B minus is where we see is, that's our target, B minus and higher. So you now can identify in middle school in 8th grade, if they are below that level, is there a connection between those students and the ones who ultimately go on to not pass one or both of those classes in 9th grade? I don't expect you to be able to answer that tonight, but has there been any thought to like being able to look and see a potential connection? And then therefore, if the answer is yes, then how are the interventions, can they be driven towards like that group?
Yeah, quite a bit of discussion has gone into the question about 9th grade biology and world history. And one of the things, the anecdotal observations that teachers in the conversation point out is that those are 2 courses that have really high vocabulary and complex reading levels. And so when we think about the scientific language of biology or the world history, ancient, the language in world history is quite complex. So one of the things we've really looked at are those reading interventions throughout the middle school. Actually, that even was used in thinking about our elementary literacy adoption is heavily informational text oriented and vocabulary and background knowledge developing, with the idea of the better students are at having strategies for attacking complex words, close reading, informational text, and building those skills from kindergarten all the way up through 8th grade, the more likely they are to be successful when they hit that really complex informational text that is in those courses. So that's been a big part of it. And then the other big part of it has just been the work that we tried to highlight around schools really looking at data and really monitoring students closely. So really getting as quick information as possible so that we begin to identify when grades start to slip early, and then jump in there and find out why is that happening. Is it reading support? Is it engagement support? Is it, what's going on? So those are the 2 things that have popped out the most when it comes to biology.
And for me, I think at least being 3 years into being a high school parent, every teacher of every class that my student has had believes that they're teaching a really important class. And I don't disagree with them, but I think that from kindergarten all the way up through 8th grade, our students are wired to focus on reading and math. So I think it doesn't surprise me that by the time they get to 9th grade, where a high school teacher is saying like, every high school teacher is saying this class is important, that then they run into this, oh wait, science and social studies are also super important, and now maybe at a level of seriousness in the subject matter that I wasn't quite prepared for. So my wondering is also, in addition to those interventions you said as early as like literacy parts in elementary, also I think the importance of scaffolding in middle school of that preparation, because having an 8th grader who's now becoming an 8th grader is like adolescence. It's an interesting impact on the concept of learning, but I wonder that if we could do more scaffolding in 7th and 8th grade for what what high school is going to be like. It's not like you can't, I want them to live in the moment of middle school, but to make sure that they, like, for instance, words or language or concepts are more embedded within as we move to these new adoptions, it would be, I think, helpful and an opportune moment. Director Mullings?
I think what I'm about to say is connected to what you just said. I am curious about, I see noted a couple times throughout the material, a call out to executive functioning.
Mhm.
And that call out, though, is coupled with the support class, the guided studies class. And my question, or maybe it's my experience, but I do wonder if part of that scaffolding is really taking a focus, maybe in a seminar sort of way, for all students on executive functioning, on how to study. Like, to me, now watching a new college freshman and a new high school freshman operate, it isn't necessarily the complexity of the language, it's the complexity of multiple requirements and multiple different subjects and the time management of that, and how do I practically fit all of that in a day. And so it's watching them gravitate toward the subjects that doing well in those subjects that they like better because they're willing to spend the time on that. So I just wonder, having seen the call out here for executive functioning in guided studies, having kids who are not in guided studies probably still need, as they progress to these different levels of intensity, a bit more help on how do you manage at this next level. And I know I think it was a previous board retreat, we talked about, how do we start to do some learning for students that doesn't have the increment of a semester, that might be more seminar or shorter course. So for me, I think that part is great that we're doing it in a guided study session, but I do wonder if executive functioning seminar wouldn't help all students deal with their increasing level of complexity.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We actually couldn't agree with you more. And in the MTSS structure, we would very much like to continue to build towards this shared dream of having guaranteed curriculum on executive function that is available to and experienced by everyone in 6th grade. And I know you're working on a 9th grade piece as well.
Yeah. I think we are all speaking that language these days about looking at how can we get a better tier 1 universal instruction on executive functioning. We have some work to do on that, definitely. One of the places we've started to unpack it a little bit is executive functioning is one of 3 major strands in universal design for learning. So when you're trying to identify barriers or you're trying to build strength and student ability to control their own learning, it's about executive functioning. And so we're starting in that UDL training with staff to really kind of draw teachers' attention to that and say, how are you supporting executive functioning in every single class that a student is in? We're beginning that journey. We are not deeply into it at this point in time, but it is definitely something we're all very interested in growing more in coming years.
For page 22, it would be helpful for me to know what percent do 3 years of language. Just because 2 is a graduation requirement unless they choose a different pathway. And while 2 is part of Cater, it's recommended for many colleges that it's actually 3. So it'd be really helpful for me to know, because I can't toggle from the table above, which shows the 3 plus, or 4. But to translate into a percentage would be just helpful to know, because I think that would be more reflective of our 4-year college bound cohort, and just to know that sort of trend over time. Just like, all the courses held pretty steady except like French 2nd and 3rd year for this past year, very different than its previous years versus all the rest of them all looked similar. So I didn't know if you guys happen to know, did we like lose a teacher in a building or something so then that wasn't offered?
I don't know.
Just not expecting an answer, but just curiosity.
Yeah, I don't have an immediate answer to that one. But I will note the 3-year request on there.
And then I just wanted to highlight just for the community, because I appreciate that we also have in here specifically about fine arts and our focus on that and performing arts and just the high levels of participation that is across our middle and high schools. And that it's in here as a sub-bullet of policy for the board, because it is something that we believe is so important.
And consistent across all schools for the most part. That's what's cool when I looked at that. Across middle schools and on the 3 high school.
Any other board comments or thoughts? Then my last question for someone to reflect on. Oh, President Ronaldo, sorry.
I just really quickly would like to hear a little bit more about the aerospace manufacturing course at Liberty next year.
I wonder why that's of interest to you, President Ronaldo, but I think we would love to share a bit more because it's really a highlight for us to start to offer that. And so if we can welcome up Lisa Neighbors, Director of Career Technical Education, to talk more about this. This is a real win for us to continue to make the steps that tracks for certification.
Thank you so much. So we have, it will appear on the course catalog this year, the aerospace manufacturing course at Liberty High School. The students, it will be a skill center course through the Wanix Skills Center. So what that means is 85% of the seats will be held by ISD students. We have to hold 15% of the seats for one.
They graduate.
Like,
what does it set them up for?
That it adds another piece. So I've been talking to Renton Technical College, and our goal is to match hour for hour. So it's a 540-hour course total. The Dean of Advanced Manufacturing at Renton Technical College would like to match us hour for hour with college courses that lead to I want to say it's like a basic manufacturing certification. And she has told me that that will allow the students to go to Boeing and get an entry-level machining job. Or alternatively, Blue Origin is also increasing their manufacturing force, and potentially a student could get an entry-level job there as well.
Thank you. President Ronaldo, did that answer your questions in the preview that you were wanting to hear about?
I got most of it. The thing lagged out. But any additional questions, I will ask Director Neighbors.
Okay. Any other board?
I was going to draw your attention to page 117 where I'm joking, of course. But
40-page report.
I mean, that sounds like 10 years ago. Okay. With no further questions or discussion and any more comment from our
I do want to point out that Dr. Bailey mentioned some of our demographic shifts, over the past series of years, and I think it's important to note that we were trying to, and I think seeing some good indicators of being able to meet the needs of our growing diverse population, and it's growing diverse in many different ways. But I think it's important to note that we're balancing that adjustment with also maintaining high performance, but also making sure we're focusing on where we can go and get better. So I want to acknowledge that you said that earlier, and that's an important part to lift up.
Agreed. No further discussion. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. We know that this is the culminating project of sorts for you and your team that is ongoing and never ending, and just one moment of snapshot for us to be able to highlight the amazing work that our students are doing through our teachers and our building leaders, all the way up through the leaders in this building. So thank you. Next item on our agenda is legislative matters.
Again, I recognize that it's late, but this is my moment to shine. So I do want to just run down a few things because there's a lot going on in Olympia right now for sure. Special education bills remain the focus.
Engage on the legislative matters. It's a fast and furious session already, and I feel like every day we're getting a new request to join for some sort of testimony. And the point is, you have to keep coming back. They reset with every committee
Yes.
hearing, so you actually do need to keep coming back to every single time a new version of the bill is proposed or the next stage. So that is an important note.
Next item on our agenda is announcements and correspondence. Next item is calendar and future agenda topics.
Oh, we don't know.
So
Director office.
there's a lot listed there.
I am here, by the way.
Oh.
You guys were the ones that dropped off.
Oh, yeah, we should talk about the Daily Hill. That's a mess.
So it is amongst the topics of possible action to be taken.
Yeah, that's why I don't know any more about this. That's
So the efforts to reach out to legislators about doing Day on the Hill in the original time that was identified by the board was not they're on the floor all day. So if you want to share more, Director Taylor, about your guidance at that one and what you also might have heard, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, just very simply, none of the legislators are available except for, I believe, Victoria Hunt for 15 minutes at 7:45 in the morning, I believe. So something like that. So that's not going to be a good experience for our students, obviously. So we are kind of faced with the decision now of trying to find another date, pushing back further into the session, or finding some other alternative. I did wonder, well, I mean, I guess I'll leave it there with the board first. What is the feelings about, I guess, probably having to try to find a date in April? It would depend on availability and if we want to do that.
The dates are listed on the.
Oh,
Um,
I'm sorry. I don't
These,
have it
these,
confirmed.
what, March 14th, 17th?
Yeah.
Those are the dates.
Yes, yeah, there's all those. Yes, exactly. So the 14th, 17th, 18th, 20th of March, well, they're all listed. But of course now, yeah, we have to go through the same exercise, right? Which is to pick a date and then try to circle back with our legislators and see if they're available. I do know, again, as I mentioned, Tuesdays for Senator Ramos are no good. So I'm not sure which of those dates are on Tuesday. And I'm actually not available on the 24th.
Do you have days you need to rule out?
I mean, so I guess people can start however you want to start this.
The 17th could work for me.
Would work.
It could, I could make that work.
As well. Yeah. Barney,
Yeah,
does March 17th work at all for you?
That would work for me.
Yeah, I can do it as well. So
So
You need another one while we're doing this for Emily?
yeah, that's
sake?
probably good advice.
Mhm.
That next week's not very good for me.
So not the,
We can't do the third, well, we shouldn't do the 31st. We have our meeting with city council that night.
right. You said no Tuesdays, right? So April,
Well, you know, I mean, we
April
could,
1st is a Tuesday.
we just might not get Senator Ramos would be the only.
The 20th, or you already passed the 20th?
March.
I can do the 20th as well.
I don't, the 20th is hard for me.
Okay. Fifth, 26th, 28th. Well, I can't do the 28th.
28th is
26th.
Friday? Well, that might not be. Might be in.
Did you just say no to the 28th?
I can do the 28th.
I can't do the 20th, but you guys.
Harlan said no.
But you guys do it.
Well, you guys could do the 20th and just not have me.
I think it's gonna be tough.
I do think that later we become less effective in what we're doing because there's more bills that have either died in committee or.
Yeah, very true. Cutoff is already passed by then.
So then the 20th, what does the 20th look like then? So I heard the 17th and then the 20th. Would the 20th work for you,
I can make it happen.
Marnie?
Yeah, I could make it happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Preference for the 17th though, look here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in control of that. So
Yes.
you-
Preference for the 17th. Fall back to the 20th.
Do you want an actual motion?
Yes, because we have to amend.
Okay, I move to amend the motion that was passed on Thursday, January 16th, 2025, to move the Day on the Hill from March 10, 2025 to either March 17th, 2025 or March 20th, 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And then for information, the senior exit interviews are listed there, so I think you would coordinate that through Emily. If you want to participate. I hear that they are a rewarding opportunity.
I highly recommend the opportunity to get to talk to seniors and get their reflections. I think it gives unique insight into actually the results. And we would just want to know that if there was more than 3 at one time, that we can then notice appropriately for a board.
That's great. And how many students participate? Is that one-on-one with students, or is it any?
It's all the students.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a grad requirement.
It's like they have to fill out the surveys. That's why we have 100% participation for the senior exit survey.
Skyline's coming. We just don't have it yet.
Yeah.
Skyline's coming.
That would be the one I won't do, but I will do Issaquah or Liberty.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that you follow up. Anything else President Ronaldo, before we can say goodbye?
I'm very much done with this meeting because I'm.
And